Alright, testing. How's it going? Alright, are we working? Looks like my model's working. Oh, actually, hang on. Let me, just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna go to my face tracking media pipeline. 1 second. Gotta find the node, and I want to hit reset microphone. And 3, 2, 1. Okay. That should be a little bit better. Sharky's here! Yay! Alright. So a couple of things I want to note really quick before we get to the good stuff. I actually updated my my VTuber model a little bit. I actually managed to update the blend shapes. So I actually made a few upgrades to a few of the expressions, like my happy expression, as well as A, E, I, O, and U. So now you can see my O expression when I pronounce O sounding letters. I upgraded my eyebrow raise. So now that's a little bit more emphasis toward that. And I actually figured out how to do a lot more hotkeys. So if I hold down, let's see, if I go into Blender and hold down Alt-1, I got a nice little awkward smile there. I can toggle out, and Alt-2, and I could look really angry. Patch, it's time to go to your room. You've been screwing up too much. Looks just like you. Yeah, I still need to work on the other various expressions. So, like, you know, that's sad, which is unacceptable. But what else is there? Shocked, and eyebrow raise, angry. I still need to fix a lot of those moving forward. But yeah, things seem to be working a lot better with that now, and I'm starting to like the direction where it's going. They are fun. I'm having a lot of fun with these. But yeah, in any case, I kind of wanted to get that out of the way because I seem to be getting I seem to figure out how to make it work. So yeah. In any case, I'll kind of show you what I'm doing really quick. I'll kind of break things down and catch people up really quick. So, crap, I should have hashtag pirate software in my stream so that people could find me. Oh well, but I can. There's plenty of time to do that in the future. But in any case, what's going on right now is that I am making a white box. What's called a white box of my level. And it's basically going to be a really, really basic layout of my level. Why shouldn't you tell jokes to? Why should you tell jokes to a duck? Because they'll quack up. That's a 2 out of 5. Expression actually worked there. Now I just need more of like a laughing expression, I guess. I'll take a drink here. Okay, so quick rundown. Pirate Software Game Jam 15. I've got an art reference board. So from between July 17th to July 24th, we have until July 24th at the very latest to achieve the minimum viable product. And by minimum viable product, that means the game is basically playable. Doesn't matter how it looks, doesn't matter how badly it squeaks, it's playable. It is the minimum viable product. And I have to do that, and we have 5 more days to do that. So, clock's ticking. By July 29th, it's going to be mostly due, with exceptions to bug smashing, which I'll have updates to stuff like that later, which I might have some people help me with that. But July 30th, final bug fixes. last minute changes, and then after that, we're done. It's done. But I'll give you a quick rundown of what we're doing. Hello, Wolf Wolf. How's it going? Good to see ya. This goon's gonna be fun to see. This is going to be fun to see, I guess. I'm doing Game Sam stuff too. Alright, hop in. Make yourself comfortable. I'm whiteboxing. Alright. Whiteboxing sounds like a stoner phrase. Yo, man, we're whiteboxing the garage. You wanna come join us? Yeah. Oh my god. Anywho, so, what we got here? I don't need my notepad open because it contains irrelevant information. So I will... Yeah, I'll close that because that's only going to be... I'm using that only for my VR chat thing. So I'm not doing VR chat today. I'm doing this. Is that the map for the game? Yes. I'm currently whiteboxing the map. I would say I'd have about 1/4 of it done right now. Let's see here. It's basically going to be a stylized medieval type of village based off of Mont Saint Michel, which is a commune in northern France. It's in Normandy. It's a giant castle town. What we're doing is we're basically making a Dark Souls alike, a third-person Dark Souls hack and slash type game. But yeah, I have a style, I have an idea, and we kind of have an idea how we want to present the level. So I'll see if I can show you the basic layout. So basically here I have, we have, I'm trying to keep important information out of here, but anyway. I can copy this and then go into here, and then didn't you and Runebro go there? We did actually. Yes, we backpacked through France together, through Normandy, and actually let me put this at the very top here. Yeah, that's really more for art style stuff. Yeah, me and Runebro actually went to Normandy like a long time ago. I want to say maybe we were in high school. I will show you a picture of what we're kind of referencing here. But anyway, this is the very basic layout of the playing board. Rhine. I think she means Runebro. Yes. I'm guessing she has autocorrect on or something on her tablets or her phone or whatever she's watching on. But yeah. So we have a ports level. It's going to connect to the residential or / market, and then that's going to lead to the slums. Somewhere between the residential markets, there's going to be a gate here toward the town center. And this is going to be sealed off, so the player will have to divert around the gate to go through the slums and into the town center, where they'll fight the final boss. And that's basically going to be the game. It's you can think of it as a demo. So if this was going to be an actual game, we're approaching it like we're making a demo for the full game. We have a really good idea, but I'm worried we will not make it in time for the deadline. I think from what I can tell, I feel like I think I got off really lucky, because there's a lot of people on my team who have game jammed a lot. I mean, yeah, there's 2 or 3 people on my team that have never game jammed before, or have 0 experience working in the games industry, but there's like 2 people here that have worked in multiple game jams. Our director, quote unquote, basically our lead programmer, he's game jammed 7 times, which is crazy to me. And he was telling me, oh my god, so the last game jam we had a writer on our team, and he wrote up like 15 pages of stuff, and it's like, dude, there's no way we're gonna be able to implement all of this stuff into the game. And then it turned out to be a game with like stick figures, and it sucked. But But in any case, yeah, I think all of us are pretty. I think we're all reasonable, and I think we all have a pretty clear way how we want to execute this thing. So I think we're willing to actually make some adaptations and make some changes and do things like do a few things, do not do too much out of our comfort zone, but I think we'll be able to get a lot done. Basically, I will be functioning as the environment artist and level designer. Can outside people see the finished products? Yes. I will have actually 1 second. 1 second. I will see if I can post a link in my chat really quick. Let's see here. Let me go to my Discord. So in that link here, itch.io/game/pirates, that's basically where all the submissions are gonna go. And there's 11 days, 11 hours, 6 minutes, and 55 seconds. So yeah, we're getting down to it. Somewhere in that tab inside of that page, you can see submissions, and yeah, there's actually old submissions from older projects and other people, but in any case, yeah, you can see people's work. You'll be able to see our work. And I asked my fellow game jammers, my teammates, if I could stream my progress. They said yes. They said they had no problem with it. Actually, they kind of teased and they said, no, what we're doing is a completely original idea, and I think we're pushing boundaries, and there's absolutely no way. I don't think we can. So yeah, they're cool with it, 100%. Is it worldwide? Do you know how many groups there are? Yes, it is worldwide. I do not know how many groups there are, but I can assume that there are going to be hundreds. Because I know Pirate Software has a pretty healthy following. I want to say his Twitch channel has millions of followers. His YouTube channel has several, he has like 20,000 followers, but his YouTube channel has like 2 million subscribers. But yes, in any case, for every group, it's for every game jammer, for every team, it's 5 people, no more than 5 people. There are people who solo game dev that actually develop, they're basically like a one-man show, and they develop a game by themselves, which, I don't know how they do that. That's crazy to me, but, yeah, I'm working with some really talented people. Programmers, technicians, we got a really good musician, we got a character artist that's making some really dope sketches of characters, and, they seem to like my environment so far, but, yeah, I'll show you kind of the basic art style, what I'm kind of thinking of, just to kind of get everyone up to speed, and then I'm going to get to work, because I spent maybe about, well, I kind of got started a little bit late here, but with OBS updating, and, you know, I kind of want to get a little bit of a move on, considering how little time we actually have. But yeah, we're going for a very simplified approach as far as the art style goes. Low poly, low detail, hand painted. Lots of implication for textures, things like roof tiles, stucco, bricks, stone, trees. They're gonna have very basic shapes, very basic textures, implied detail. That's the key, because that can be done really, really fast without photorealistic textures, without roughness maps, without normal maps, or even displacement. We can just paint and go and UV map, and we can have an atlas texture of we can have a 2K atlas texture where this texture can share space with the ground, the buildings, the rooftops, windows, etc. And we can save space on memory like that, because this has to run smoothly on HTML, because it's gotta, you know, again, the only way to actually play the games is through a web browser. So imagine how little people's memory have, how little memory people have on their internet browsers. It's not exactly, but yeah, that's how it is. We're doing it inside of Unity. I'm not sure if they've actually allowed Unreal for this, because I've heard that they've had some problems with Unreal in the past. But yes, that's how it's going to be. Either Unity, Godot, or I might be missing a couple of other engines out there. But yeah, here we go. I'm not going to waste too much more time. I think it's run by a server, I think. Oh, okay. Okay, good to know. I'm going to hydrate. We're going to have a look here. I'm going to pull up my... Oh, actually, I did I'll show you something really quick, because I want to have this... I want to at least include this one thing in my artboard. I just need to pull up the Discord, and then go to my... go to the channel... Copy. Yes. So, this is the overarching level of the entire game, of the entire quote-unquote world that we have so far. This is the docks level that I've drawn out 2 days ago as a bit of a sketch using graph paper. So, yeah. Basically, the player's going to start out on a dock level. They're going to pull up in a dock area. They're going to go through a bunch of, like, I guess, like, dock settings with, like, you know, people going through, like, shipments and ferries and warehouses and all kinds of stuff that are nearby. There'll be a bunch of alleyways and the occasional diner. And as they work their way up here, this is where the residential area is going to begin. And the way I imagine it is that most of these buildings are going to be very industrial. There's going to be a lot of warehouses, a lot of factories, a lot of type of, you know, I guess you could say medieval type of, I don't know what you'd say, logistic type of stuff for shipments. A lot of those are going to look like very plain old buildings. I want to kind of break those shapes up a little bit with some stuff here, but that'll be very interesting to differentiate. Unreal can't export to HTML, that's why you can't use it. Oh, okay. I could have okay. That makes sense. I could have sworn I read that somewhere, but I just forgot. Because I did see a whole lot of people complaining about that. Like, what? You can't export to Unreal? That's bullshit, man. And it's like, well, if you can't do it, you can't do it. It's not a shame against... It's not really a mark against the engine, but, yeah, they're doing it this way for their safety, which is very understandable. Thor works in IT. He knows what he's doing, and I'm not going to question that. But yes. Speaking of IT, did you guys see what was it? That giant, a whole bunch of, like, PCs are blue screening today? Mostly it had to do with a, it's not Windows' fault, but it had something to do with, like, a, oh my god, but yeah, what was it? Something to do with, like, their updater. Let's see, let's walk through here, because I'm also, as I go through, I'm also fixing a lot of the proportions, because we determined that we want to make the player 1 meter tall instead of 2 meters tall, so this analog that I have here is actually too big. So yeah, walking through here, if you can imagine in third-person mode, we have an establishing shot here. We have a giant castle in the background. That's basically going to be like where, like if this was going to be a full game, that would be where the end takes place. That's like the main objective, kind of like the ending, kind of like the Citadel in Half-Life, if you remember that. That's like where the big bad guy lives. He's basically like a Shadow King that lives in the... Oh, by the way, the overall... there's a theme that goes with the Game Jam. And I can't remember what the last Game Jam thing was. I think it was something to do with, like, cycling, like bicycles, you know? But, yeah, that kind of threw a wrench in a whole lot of other people's plans. So when we were planning this stuff out, we really were trying not to plan too far ahead, because the theme would throw a wrench into absolutely everything, and then we'd have to start over. And so we waited until we got our theme, and then eventually we the theme that I guess Pirate Software ended up on was Shadows and Alchemy. So whatever game that we're making, it has to implement Shadows and Alchemy somehow into the gameplay or visuals, preferably both. What happened today? It's like how I would think the world starts its end. A little bit. It's it sounds like hopefully it was just an accident. I'm pretty sure it was just an accident, but yeah, I can imagine something like that happening for like a worst case scenario. Like you could imagine, like, you know, somebody screwed up something with an updater, and now that screws up all the computers in like hospitals and logistics centers and government buildings all around the globe, and then nobody can get any information anywhere on whatever they need, and then that creates like that's basically like the digital equivalent of dropping a nuke, because, you know, a nuke is like an EMP. It destroys and fries things along the way. But with something like this, it's interesting because it's not like you're bricking the computer without actually bricking it. You're making it inoperable. You're taking it out of commission. You haven't destroyed it. You just knocked it out. So if you want, if you wanted to talk about a world-ending scenario, that'd be an interesting premise. Like someone miss a character in important characters. Suddenly, somewhere, it's a governmental PC launches a bunch of nukes. Important program. Like someone misses important. Hold on. Let me reread that sentence. Like some important. Like someone missed a character in an important program, and suddenly somewhere a government PC launches a bunch of new. Have you ever seen the movie War Games? I'm a little tired. No, it's okay. You ever seen the movie War Games with Matthew Broderick? That's a really good movie. It's actually a pretty good computer hacking movie too. Actually pretty solid. Alright, so one of the things that I want to kind of do about this level is that I really want to vary up the elevation. I really want things to kind of... I kind of want this, like, to ramp up, like we're going uphill from here. Let's see here. How far do we want to go up? I think I want this on snapping mode. Two, three. Okay, there we go. Now I have like a constant ramp. Okay, cool. So some of these are gonna have to, these are gonna have to go up because, you know, if this building is built on a slope, that means that the foundation has to be really thick so that the building lays flat on one story. So yeah, we'll have to have like foundation. We'll have to make modular stuff for foundations. So yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about how to make fixes for these sorts of things as we go along. So this will be a little tricky because this is halfway on an incline and the other half is not. So yeah, let's put that there and put this here. It's really tempting to I really want to get in there and just start busting out some shapes. But, you know, again, we're white boxing, so that's going to take up time. So we really need to get in there and get things done. Oh yeah, by the way, player analog. I want to change this guy's size to about right about here. Okay. Actually, hold on. .5. Yeah. So we scaled it down to by 0.5. That's basic. That's what our programmer did. Yeah. So that's going to be basically the size of our character. So I can drag this guy around here. Cool. While I'm at it, let's have a look here. Yes, I have my level on my, I have my sketch on my, on the left side of my computer. So while I'm looking at this thing, I want to shear this off this way. Actually, no, I have a better idea. Check this out. So I'm gonna go to transform, hold down the control button, and then we're just gonna do right-click extrudes. Just like that. And then I can dial those in later. As for this part here, face. Yeah, so I'll just do this. Actually. It's funny how castle walls generally work. They have like sharp angles like this. Because what they'll do, I don't even know if that's, hang on. Let me look at this one more time. Let me shear this. Okay. Because I want that little corner right there. That's going to be really important. And then I want this to double back like this, like a knife's edge. And that didn't really work the way I wanted it. Crap. Okay. All right. All right, that'll do for now. I can fix that. I can fix the rest of that later. Oops. Pull that out here. Something like this. Pull this out. Yeah, because castle walls have these little sharp corners on the end like this, because it makes it a lot easier to defend for defensive reasons. So that's something I learned while I was over in France and walking around through castles like this. And oh, actually, I still didn't show you my reference. Okay. So, the castle that I'm referencing here is called Le Mont Saint-Michel, or Michel, and it's a real castle in Normandy, and it's located on a sandbar. It's kind of an optical illusion here if you look at it really closely. It's not on the ocean, it's not on a lake, it's on a sandbar, and it's on high tide. And when the tide lowers down, it just becomes sand. And it's located somewhere on the beaches of Normandy. And, yeah, it's a commune, and 30 people actually live there. And, yeah, it's a tourist attraction, but it's really interesting how the place actually got founded. It's literally founded on a giant granite rock in the middle of the beach. And, I can't remember who... I can't remember who commissioned it originally. It was like a it was like a bishop of France, and he said that he had like a vision or dream from the archangel Michael. The archangel Michael came to him in a dream, and he said, build a church in my name." And it started out as a monastery, which you can kind of see right over here. That's actually where that's the original building back in, like, I want to say 900 AD. And then slowly the rest of this building started to get fleshed out somewhere around somewhere in the following centuries. This cathedral was built in the 12th century, and it has a completely different style than the monastery. And it has like a really giant, like, Gothic kind of style. And that's what we want to go for this game. We really want like a Souls-alike kind of tone. So we really want Gothic architecture. So a lot of the buildings are going to be 12th century Gothic, low poly cartoon style. I'll tell you a little bit more about the gameplay a little bit later, but yeah, here's some more references that I have here of some buildings that are actually at Le Mont Saint-Michel, or Michel. I'm gonna keep on mispronouncing that. It's literally, and yeah, I just love this place because it looks like something out of, like, literally like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, because it's got these really tight corners and tight buildings and winding alleys. It's so cool. But yeah, in any case, I want to see. I definitely want to implement this kind of feel in the residential area or the slums. But yes, we'll go along there. We'll get there when we get there. Let's see here. How's OBS doing? Yep, everything's looking good. Peachy keen. And then here we go. So this is where things are going to get really interesting, because I have not planned this far up. I haven't really planned this far up here. So I know that this area is going to be like a high-class residential area, like hotels, inns, nice apartments, that kind of thing. So it's going to be nice city living here. So up here, I think the road is going to continue slightly. But I think it's going to get a lot thinner. Actually, hold on. Let me look at this, where is it? It's going to go up and to the right. Okay, so I am incorrect. Maybe what we should do, I should grab these, and I should control-click. Or maybe just this one guy here. Yeah, let's make a little bit more room here. Actually, just for reference sake, I do want to take this guy, and I want to compare him to the size of this cathedral here. Because this will help me determine how big do I want this thing, or how much bigger I need it. And by the looks of things, yeah, it's gonna have to be a lot bigger. So, yes, let me take these guys here. Actually, first, let's take this. And then I want to blow this up quite a bit. Because it's a castle, it's a cathedral, and if it's going to be comparable in size, it needs to be able to fit people in. Yeah, something like this. Something big, something sturdy. Something that's really gonna raise some eyebrows and make a statement. And again, it's a cartoon, so proportions don't really matter that much. We can really stretch the things to the imagination. As long as they look consistent to one another. Okay. Yeah. Scale it down maybe just a tiny bit. Actually, I kind of like that little effect. How the how it's kind of built on the it's kind of built around the mountain with that little elevation. Really interesting. Let me think about this. Is this Blender? Yes, it is. I was just blocking in my level. It's just doing a bit of white boxing here. So I have a background element here. And it's going to be like a giant castle in the background. And I was just kind of figuring out the proportions. Because this has to need... we have to back this thing up quite a bit. Originally I had it really small like this. But then I quickly realized, oh... if the player moves up this way, if we move the player analog up here, yeah, that's not at all what I want the scale to be like. So I'm gonna be, yeah. I'll just take these. And for now, I'm just gonna blow these up by about, let's say, 2.5 times the size. And I'll move this backward. Yeah, looking at the orthographic view, that's a little bit better. All right. Cool. To face, and then... Actually, what I'll do here to make this a little bit easier on myself to move around is that I'll grab these guys here, move the origin down there, and then we can... There we go. That's better. Now we can just kind of snap him wherever we want. Cool. Let me just test this out really quick. Come over here. Drop ourselves in. Oh yeah, there we go. Yes. Because the trick is, I want that to be seen for pretty much every view in our level, from every place in our level. The slums, the residential area, the docks, basically everywhere. Yeah, coming around this way, this actually feels pretty natural. Yeah. Actually, I could probably just have the road go straight to the... just angle straight to the right. I'm learning how to do environments and lighting right now, and this is awesome. Thank you. That's cool. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing for my game jam right now. So I've basically, well, my game jam team basically adopted me as their environment artist and level designer. Before this, I've never done a game jam before, but I have done environment art, and I'm still in the middle of doing work on my VR chat level, and I also work as a volunteer 3D artist, as an environment artist and hard surface artist for a startup indie game company called Epoch Games. But yeah, I think what I'll need to do here is, yeah, let's add an edge loop here, and let's start to, yeah, let's cut this right back here. This is gonna have to be level. So I want to snap this to center of a vertex. Right there. Cool. And then this guy, you know, it'd be cool if we had this. What would kind of help this make this feel more natural is if we added a bevel to this vertex here. Come on. We'll bring this out to here, and we'll add some segments to it so we can make it feel more round. Kind of like this. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, lighting is fun too, because, let's see, it kind of depends on how you want to go about it with your, with what the environment that you're doing and what software you're doing, but, when you're in Blender, it's actually a lot of fun, because if you do it in cycles, then you can actually have some room to play around and actually experiment with, like, what is it, like, you know, photorealism as well as stylized stuff. But Blender does a little bit better with PBR textures and photorealism than I think with toon shaders. I mean, you can make toon shaders inside of Blender, although very basic toon shaders, if that makes sense. There are plugins for that, and people have made, you know, like Blender specific toon shaders. But yeah, it's really cool. It's a lot of fun. The VTuber model that you see, I actually made inside of Blender by myself, and I've never made a character before, so this is my first one. Let's see here. Maybe let's make this road a little bit thinner. Yeah. Yeah, so kind of the idea here is that if this is going to be a dock area, I want the road to be nice and wide here so that people can move freight and packages and crates and horse carriages and all kinds of junk back and forth through the docks and stuff down here. Like, they could just slide this stuff right down the hill and then just ship it right to the boats. I've only ever made shaders in Unity, so I'm still really new to Blender. Oh, nice! Blender's pretty easy when it comes to shaders. It's best to not overcomplicate yourself with shaders, but I'll kind of show you a little bit of basic stuff here. Shading. Yeah. So, inside the shading menu, chances are, most of the time you're going to be looking at this guy, your principled BSDF. What does BSDF stand for? I can't remember, but it's basically your PBR shader. It's got your base color, metallic roughness. IOR is basically like glass, like reflections and refractions. Alpha is just opacity. Subsurface scattering, specular, emission, and all this other stuff. You don't really need to pay too much mind to that stuff. But yeah, you're going to be working mostly with these guys here. So it's just like Unity in that matter. But yeah, if you hit Control-T, or actually, is it Control-T? Or it should be, but well... Or do I have Node Wrangler enabled? Okay, never mind. Basically, if you have an image here, Funny, it should be working, but it's not. But yeah, if you have an image, you can bring it into here, and then just connect it up to... Actually... Image text. Yeah, there you go. Just like, yeah. So if you just click and drag this little thing over here, you're going to get like a search bar, and you can search out all the different nodes you can attach it to. But if you just want to attach an image, you can just hit image, color, and then just open the texture image from here. And that's how that works. And you can mix and match from there. But some people can actually create procedural materials from inside the shader editor. Chances are, if you're starting out, if you're new, you don't need to go that far. You don't need to really go that far. If you're coming from Unity, that's just basically how it's done. But yeah. So this is gonna be really interesting. So yeah, from the dock level, it's gonna come to the right, and then maybe even... Oh, maybe... I kind of want these roads to be winding a little bit, and maybe these roads need to divert to different directions. Like, maybe... Oh. Okay. Like, maybe the road diverts from here. Maybe instead of rounding out, this is just an intersection. Okay. So let's move this guy over here. Like so. Yeah, that's fine. Merge. Snapping to center. Snap there, there. And then I'll merge those to that vertex. Select that edge. Make a road going that way. Okay. Pull this guy up. Make a duplicate here. Pull this up. Like so. Okay. Yeah. Again, the difficult part of white boxing is that you just want to just model and get carried away, but it's really important to just start blocking. Because none of this is going to matter until... None of this is really going to matter until I actually start modeling my modular kit. I can break some of these up a little bit. Actually, let's have one of these guys. Oh, did that not? There you are. Let's have one of these warehouse barns over here. And then have this one over here. Okay. And then what we'll do is that we'll need to have a fence here, or a gate, or maybe a pile of refuse. The way I imagine this city is that it's going to be in a lot of disrepair. Basically, the whole city has been has succumbed to basically a zombie apocalypse, sort of, I guess you could call it. And so a lot of the people in the city have either deserted, left, or they're basically bad guys now. So now, yeah, let me take this guy down here. And, actually, hold up. I got a great reference for this sort of thing. I know what I could... Hang on. Okay. So, I could have like a debris pile with like refuse and trash, and basically it's like a barrier. And if you ever seen the play or the movie Les Miserables, there's a great scene with this where a bunch of like rebels have barricaded themselves into like an intersection, and they've just created this cover with like, you know, like chairs and coffins and beds and basically garbage. And honestly, I think the stage play did this scene a little bit better, but yeah, it's I just thought that's really interesting. So yeah, we can make stuff like that with miscellaneous props. So what I'll do to make a refuse pile for white box, a refuse pile rather, is that I'll go into my sculpting tab here, and then I'll come down into this guy. And yeah, I'm just gonna use the grab brush, and I'm gonna hold down shift. We're just gonna do a little bit of smoothing. Try that again. And I'm just gonna click this guy. And then we'll move him around. Doesn't really matter what it looks like. It's just supposed to be a pile of junk. That's it. Junk can have any shape, any form. It's just a hunky, shapeless mass. And a lot of the heavy lifting will be done mostly by the textures. But you can have geometry in there as well, just to kind of help sell the illusion. So yeah, I'll just call this debris pile. And then go into shading, or hard ops, because I have shading and hard ops, and I'll just mark that at 30 degrees, or maybe 60 degrees, just so I can make it really smooth, like that, and then rotate this, and then duplicate that, and then rotate that again. There, we got a debris pile, and it's basically going to be impassable. It's just a heaping mound of junk. And for good measure, what I'll do is I'll have a building across the street this way, and then the street will keep going over here, and then it'll terminate both this way and that way. Okay. I'll borrow another warehouse over here. And then over here too. Just like that. So yeah, we walk through here. Oops, too big. Cannot pass. And I can't see much over there. Maybe, yeah, maybe we could have one more building over there just to be safe, just to kind of help sell the, the clutter inside this area. Just like that. Yeah, so that street just ends. So now, things are going to have to change up from here just a tiny bit. These buildings are going to have to gradually go from industrial to residential, and they're going to have to get gradually nicer. Ad starts in about 3 minutes. Okay, no problem. Let's have this come down here. Ooh, what's this? Huh. I had a duplicate face there. Interesting. Oh well. Not a big deal, but, yeah. $90. Have this come out a little bit. The great thing about medieval architecture is that you can kind of, or rather medieval urban planning, is that you can kind of keep things not in line with each other. They don't have to have a straight edge. Also, thank you for the follow, Firefly Games. I'm sorry. And also, It's Rally for the follow. I'm sorry. I missed a whole bunch of people following me just now. Oh, you know what would help me? If I unmuted my alert box. Oh my god. I feel so dumb. I feel really bad right now. I'm sorry. Well, at least I found it before the ad started. Whoops. Oh my god. I feel really bad about that now. I swear I'm a lot better about thanking people for the follows. All right. I do apologize. All right. So here we go. I want to grab these houses with these gable roofs, and I want to pull these over here. Yeah. Yeah, so I want these to kind of go from here. And then I want to also get one of these buildings here. Because this is going to be like a nice building. This is going to be like a nice building with a nice roof, and it's going to have some style. It's not going to be in the same it's not going to be built to the same standard as these buildings with gable roofs, like, you know, the pointed roofs. These are two different types of. There are many different types of roof systems. This type of roof with a point on the end is called a Clark or gable roof. This is a gable roof, and this is called a mansard roof. It's classic French type of roof. And I could have, yeah, here we go, mansard. And yeah, LOL, it's all good. You were focused. Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry. I still apologize. Even so, I still apologize. All right. But yeah, here we go. This is a mansard roof. This is pretty typical and something that you would find in France. You might also find some of these types of roofs, and particularly this concave style, in the United States. Particularly in like Virginia or maybe even Louisiana or like the like New Orleans, because I believe that started out as a French colony, I think. But yes, lots of old style buildings in a lot of French architecture is associated with this mansard roof style. Okay. But yeah, here we go. Let's have a look here. Yeah, so a lot of the older buildings from the slums, I imagine they're going to be like these really old and creaky looking buildings, like they're falling apart. It's like you can see this right here. Look at that. Look at the sag on that beam there. Look how much that building is just sagging. Like, that thing is about to fall down. That's not stable. That's typically what happens to wood over time, to wooden buildings, when they're not built to code, when they're not properly supported. The wooden beams just, you know, the downward force from all the weight inside the house just weighs down on these beams, and they just sag right in the center. And then before you know it, they're gonna go split right down the middle, and then they fall down. That's how it happens. But yeah, I imagine a lot of the slummier buildings will kind of look like this. And the nicer, more upper class buildings will probably look like this. Or even this. Because they're just built to a much more tidier standard. But yes. Actually, let me have a look at that roof one more time. Okay. They've got that little... They got that little facade there on the front. A lot of that brick, that like this triangular type of brick here at the front, with that with the roof facing you know, perpendicular to the road. Yeah. Actually, let me have a look at my music, because I think that stopped. I need to loop that. Here we go. Yeah, because that's a good playlist. I really like that. Here we go. New Orleans has a whole district called the French Quarter. I've been there. It's lovely. Also, it smells bad. It's also gotten a little bit more dangerous in recent years. But yeah, the But yeah, the French Quarter is really pretty. Yeah, like Bourbon Street and Orleans, all that stuff here. Yeah, here we go. It gets crazy at night. Lot of partying. So much partying. If you love music, if you love jazz, and yeah, it's so good. I definitely recommend visiting there, but it's so expensive. Oh my god, but totally worth it. Totally worth it. Also, they have New Orleans has the biggest World War II museum in the country. Seriously, it's giant. You could lose yourself there for days. But yeah, the French Quarter. Yeah, yes. There's some more modern buildings in here, but typically a lot of these are late 18th century type of buildings with these wrought iron facades. I particularly really like these hanging planters here. Not quite the style that I'm going. Well, it's kind of the style I'm going for, but sort of, kind of. Really would make an interesting little. It might make for an interesting variation if I have time for it. But yeah. Definitely worth the mention there. What was I looking at? Yes. Here's what I'll do. I'll grab these two over here, just like this. Rotate that 90 degrees. Pull this up, like way, way up. Like that. Pull that down. Pull this up here. I'll pull this back. There. And then this can go to the side like this. There. And really quick, let me have a look at this. Yeah, because I can... Yeah, here we go. Check this out. Check it out. I can make that shape like this, but what I'll do is I'll do it really quick and dirty because it's a white box. I'm going to grab a duplicate of that face here, and I'm just going to extrude this, pull it up, and then I'm going to scale it in, and then I'm just going to extrude this up like so. And then I'll grab these two edges, pull those out a tad, and then I'll just fix up some of the proportions here. Pull this down slightly. Deselect those inside vertexes here. Deselect those. There we go. Just like that. And then I'll grab that whole face, and we'll do an extrude, just like this. Then we're going to grab that whole linked face, just like that. And then I'll just plop that in like there, like that. Kind of like this. Let's see here. Did I do it? Oh, it's taller. It's more of a, it's less of a right angle triangle and more more of an isosceles triangle. So these need to go up like this. That's what I was doing wrong. That's better. That's way better. Okay, that fits a little bit more into the mood. I'm digging that a lot nicer. That's looking way better. Also, I think that's just a nice little progression there. I think that's a nicely strategically placed building there, because if you go here, get back on the road. If you go this way, up the road, huh, that's an interesting looking building. I wonder what's over there. Oh, it's the next part of the level. Gee, it's almost like I'm supposed to go this way. That's a really good way to grab people's attention. You put interesting looking buildings in places where you put interesting looking shapes that differ from the rest of the buildings. At least you have like a little district here, and then this is the beginning of our residential area. So this is going to be like a marker that shows the beginning of our residential spot. So yeah. Stuff like this is used in level design all the time in order to communicate to the player where they should be going, and I think it's just really good. I think it's just good visual language. Yeah, this roof is pretty tall too, actually. It's also kind of interesting because I think this building angles out slightly. We might be able to do something similar. Let's check this out. Let me grab this roof line here, pull that up, push this down, push that in. Okay. Just gonna play with that a little bit. Okay. They've also got the little chimneys on the side and this window on the rooftop there, which I have something like that I can use. I can at least use these to sort of make placeholder buildings that, that kind of designate where the next district is supposed to be. That kind of help differentiate which buildings go where. At least, yeah, that can help me right there. That's pretty tight. I like that. And now, let's see here. So the residential market. Okay, so this residential market area is going to continue straight on down this road, and then there's going to be like a main road. Yeah, inside this residential market, it's going to be a main road. And it's going to continue on towards this gate, which leads to the town center. But this gate is going to be sealed. So, I think the really obvious and vanilla way we could do this is just have the road go straight, but that's kind of boring. I kind of imagine this road kind of like winding and doing a whole fancy thing. So I'll see if I can. Hold on a second. Let me just do a quick compare. Yeah, most of the buildings in this immediate area don't actually have mansard roofs. So that's interesting to know. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll actually take this building over here. Boom. I can use this over here, like so. That way I can have something nearby, like that we can use, just in case. Okay. And then, okay, watch this. I'll rotate this around here, and then I'll pull these down here, like so. Because I want some variation on these buildings, on their heights. I don't want all of these. They don't all have to be tall, but they don't all have to be the same either. But yeah, they can. We can at least use this to kind of vary these up a little bit better. All right. So check it out. This thing is gonna go this. Oh. Make sure we select the correct key. Rotate this way, like so. Yeah. And I'll model this a little bit better on the building when we get down to it. But I'm thinking this whole like I'm picturing this entire community as like an island, and this island is kind of mountainous. It's very rocky, so there's gonna have a lot of like winding paths and a lot of like weird arrangements of these buildings, because it's not gonna be like a modern city. They don't have modern excavation equipment to help excavate all these roads. They had to build naturally, which means buildings and roads are often going to have really odd placements. So this road here is probably going to have a very winding kind of look to it. So if I go in the top-down view, it's probably going to have something like this. Try to draw that a little smoother. Actually, hold on. Pull that back here. Part of me kind of wants to make the road a little bit smoother or a little bit closer. I just want to see how this looks. Hold on. Hold up. I'll take this edge loop and then drag this up to about... yeah, right about here. Let's call it there. And then I'll get rid of that segment like that. Okay. Except that little face right there. Delete those. Grab all these buildings. Pull them closer. Pull this up here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because this road is, yeah, there's going to be a lot of clutter on this road, I think. A lot of crates and boxes and lots of cover. But as we go up here, it's going to be like more like an ordinary road. So it's going to be at least like it's going to be a 2-lane road, you know, like where horse carriages and stuff kind of go. Have you ever heard of the Shambles? I have not, actually. Fuzzy Hoodie? Oh my god, Fuzzy's raiding me. It's a 14th century medieval street in York, England. Hi there, Danax. How's it going? Cool photos. I'll have to pull that up in just a hot second. Oh, here's an idea. Check this out. What if I did this? This would be kind of cool.
Fuzzy Hoodie just redeemed push-ups.
Yeah, something like that. That'd be a cool idea to have. That could be modular. Push-ups? Oh no! Oh my god. I've got a game jam and exercise. It's my worst nightmare. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. Here we go. Let me do a quick save really quick, and then I'm gonna hydrate. Yeah, so about 8:30 I'm probably gonna get some tea and then refill on water. How bad is the game jam due date? 2 weeks from now. Actually, well, 11 days and 11 hours. So yeah, we still got time, but we want to have our minimum viable product at least no later than the 24th. But yeah, 20 push-ups, let's get it. All right, here we go. Oh. I almost knocked over my... my avatar's gonna freak out. I almost knocked over my water bottle because I had it on the floor when I pushed my chair out of the way. Almost... What am I doing? Okay. Or I can make you do a lot of push-ups, but I'm being good for the jam. Oh, that's true. I appreciate that. All right, here we go. Let's knock it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, there we go. All right. Whew. All right. There we go. Get back in my seat. Get my headphones on. Here we go. Cool. Alrighty. Wow, you got off easy. I know, right? I don't usually get off easy with push-ups. Fuzzy is going... I don't know if I'd say that, but, she's too tired to be sadist tonight, I suppose. I'm low on points and Game Jam is stressful. She has empathy. She's very empathetic. Much respect. Also, Danak is correct. Actually, didn't know that. I don't know if she's game jamming too, or if she's game jammed before. I actually I'm guessing she has game jammed before, but I actually didn't know that. I know how stressful game jam can be. Oh, okay. Okay. I've seen a game jam before. Does that count? Actually, I've can't even say I've even seen a game jam before now. This is actually my very first one. I had a basic understanding of what a game jam was. I've just never actually done it or actually seen it. Here we go. Oh, a jam band. Oh. Hold on. You know what? That calls for a dad joke. That calls for a dad joke. You've deceived me. I have been deceived and bamboozled. My wife and I always argue about the right way to hang the toilet paper roll. So our therapist suggested we try in each other's way for a week. You know, role reversal. I gave my friend an apple, but he told me he preferred pears. So I gave him another apple. What's the difference between a literalist and a kleptomaniac? A literalist takes things literally, and a kleptomaniac takes things literally. La da da dee da 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 da. All right. Here we go. Nice delivery. Here's an extra shark. Yes! I get more sharks. I'm winning, guys. Okay. So, let's have a look here, just for comparisons. Yeah, this one's got some overhang. This one has just a hipped roof, just a single roof. That one's at... Oh, okay. I like this little, yeah, this one's just got a gable or a hip... Yeah, this one's got a hipped roof. This one's just got a single roof on one side. Okay. That might be something I could go for. This one's got a little bit more width to it, I think. It's not as tall... like, this roof is not nearly as tall as this one. Like, or at least the pitch is not nearly as high. But it's wider. Okay. Let's give this a shot. This one has a lower pitched roof. But I can bring this down like this, pull this back, pull that down there, pull this out. Why must architects make my life climbing roofs so difficult? Man, I don't know. Architects are crazy, man. They're all crazy. Like, especially, even if you look like, oh my god, like, they all, like, it's like, I'm gonna make a giant cathedral, and it's gonna be made out of glass. And it's like, why? No! You could have just used steel. It would work just fine. No, it has to make a statement. It is a sculpture because I am an artist. It's like, fuck you. Fuck off. Oh my god. But yeah, they're nuts. It's positively true. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like architects like who else? Like, who was there? Oh my God, there's one here in Arizona that he has an exhibit. Frank Lloyd Wright, and his buildings are really cool. But yeah, he is also crazy. He is also nuts. His doors and entrances are way too small. They're way too small. Shaq could never live in a Frank Lloyd Wright house. One of the most famous architects, but I hate his buildings. I've worked in a Lloyd. I've worked in a Lloyd house. Yeah, yeah. And I love how they put a lot of emphasis on, like, how he puts a lot of emphasis on, like, windows and vistas and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I just hate his choice in how he calls it compression and release, which, okay, that has its place. You know, like, if you look at this gate right here, this has compression, this has release. Like, it's a doorway. It makes you feel claustrophobic. You squeeze in, and then you squeeze out, and you get this opening vista, and it's a beautiful shot. But it's also an establishing shot that puts emphasis on this little cathedral here, or this castle here in the center. But the way that he does his doorways is that they'll be 5 feet tall, and you have to bend your head down, and you have to practically crawl through. You're 6'1". Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Get to him. Oh God. I'm 6'1". Walking through the house makes me smack my head in every opening. Oh my God. I know your pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, D-Dax. I am so sorry. I'll do 10 squats really quick. I'll get to it. All right, here we go. All right. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's, oh my god. But it's, Also, what I found really, it's interesting because obviously Frank Lloyd Wright, he was around during the 1920s, and what's really funny is that air conditioning wasn't really much of a thing in the 1920s, right? So they actually had to renovate air conditioning inside of his own house, and the way that they did that was actually kind of clever. They actually they built ductwork inside the floors rather than the roofs or the ceilings, and you could actually feel the air blowing through the floor, which was actually kind of cool. That was kind of nice because it's Arizona and it's really hot out. You remember the roof line in our last house? All those angles and height changes, and then the stupid architect put in a false ceiling and hit it all. That's right. Oh my god. Yes, so the first house that my mom and I renovated when we, me, mom, and dad, that we renovated, apparently it came out of FLW's corporate office, but it was not a Frank Lloyd Wright house, necessarily. I think it was just built by, like, an apprentice or something like that. But in any case, yeah. So yeah, the guy, it had very similar style. It had a very similar style. A lot of copycats to the to Lloyd's design style. Yeah, definitely a copycat in that sense. You could tell somebody wanted to make this into a nicer FLW house, but it was it still had to play by the rules of, you know, building codes. I've worked in a few. They're all over Chicagoland. Oh yeah, he loved Chicago. That's where the Hanging Falls is supposed to be, isn't it? In the Chicago area, somewhere in Illinois, I think, with the the very famous hanging with like the waterfall and everything. No, it's in Pittsburgh. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Okay. Alright, so this thing has to, hold up. Oh yeah, it is amazing. I won't knock that. It is a very amazing design, but it's, I just don't envy the people who would live there. But holy shit, the maintenance is... Oh, my god. You're gonna laugh at this. Oh my god. So when me and Mom were at the Frank Lloyd Wright Museum, there were so many maintenance people there renovating the whole thing, fixing the house, because the materials and the wood and the really bad and the paint, all of it was falling apart. The whole thing was falling apart around us while we were viewing it, and they had people renovating it while we were viewing the museum, and there was so much of it. Like, I had to, like, just, can you imagine how hot, like, this was in Arizona. Can you imagine how hot that shit would have been in the 1920s or 30s? No thank you. No thanks. And save. Good idea.
Wolf for just redeemed save.
Oh, it's nuts. Yeah, we'll come back. Yeah, we'll rotate it this way. When I was at Falling Water about a decade ago, the cantilevers were failing for the roof. Oh my god, yes. Like, there was a lot of, what I thought was really interesting about the this was like supposed to. Okay, so the Frank Lloyd Wright Museum in Arizona is basically supposed to be his. It's basically like his corporate office or his like his training kernel. That's where like he was going to study different designs, and that's where that's basically where he had all of his sketching rooms and drawing rooms and all that other stuff. But it had like all these like porcelain sculptures and stuff that were around the house, and they looked nice, but they were falling apart. Like the wind and the dust was just blowing them, like it was blowing them to pieces. Like they looked like something out of like they looked like something out of Raiders of the Lost Ark. It looked that bad. It was just it was just eroded so badly. Hi, Patch. Even more overwhelmed. Oh my god. No, he was just telling me about his move, and yeah, it's just making him anxious. That's all. I mean, moving makes me anxious as well, so I know the feeling. I have a pickup truck. Every time someone else moves, I get anxious. Oh, yeah. I've oh, you know what's kind of funny is that I've been working part-time at Amazon for maybe about 3 years now. Yeah, about 3 years. And the funny thing is that I've never held a job longer than 3 years. And, like, I've always moved to something else, or I've had to move somewhere else, or I had a contract that just ended. And that's basically how it was. And now it's kind of like, huh, this is different. I've never been in the same place for more than 3 years before. And yeah, so it's like, huh. Different feeling having a job that hasn't laid me off for no reason. I've had my current job for 20 years. Nice. That's awesome. 18, actually. Okay, that's cool. My dad was the same way. Actually, my mom and dad were the same way. They both stuck with doing the same thing. I've been 3D modeling for years, but I haven't had a lot of consistent work in it. I would like to find more consistent work. I'm trying to study more architecture. Like I'm currently studying my associates in architecture. Funny enough. Well, I just got a certificate in AutoCAD, and now I would like to see if I can hopefully evolve that into maybe turning that into an associates for architecture, because I would like to hopefully use my 3D modeling skills to create CAD models, I guess, to do stuff in like architecture. Like I've done ArchiViz stuff, and yeah, I would like to like look for more jobs in the architecture visualization area. Do a short stint building a house. Learned how to hate the goddamn architect. Actually, I've sort of kind of done that already. I've flipped 2 houses. Well, I've flipped quite a number of houses with my mom and dad, but I've built at least 1 house with my mom and dad very recently. We'll help you understand what's possible and what's not. Oh my god! So I've got a story about that. So we had a house in Prescott Valley. We don't live there anymore. And yeah, that was the Frank Lloyd Wright copycat house, and it had this closed-off kitchenette. It had a closed-off kitchen, and there were no wall. It had these giant living rooms with giant walls. I kid you not, 18-foot tall ceilings, and it had a little kitchen that was barely 7 feet tall. Like, you're 6'1", your head would come inches from the ceiling. It was that low. We decided, okay, we don't want that, so we're gonna knock out the ceiling. We're gonna expand this thing because obviously the roof goes up way higher than that. And yeah, they intentionally lowered the ceiling for no reason at all, except to make the kitchen smaller. Let's lock them in the kitchen. Yeah. This guy really took, I guess this guy really took sexism one step further and said, keep him in the kitchen and just lock him in there. Don't let him out. Lock him in the kitchen. It's just really, it was terrible. But, yeah, so we knocked out the walls of the kitchen, and we tried to make this opening as big as we could, ideally, you know. But we couldn't make it as big as we wanted, because as it turns out, the wall where that kitchen was located was a supporting wall. So we had to bring in an inspector. Yeah, we had to bring an inspector, and they said, okay, if you're gonna knock out this wall, you need to put in a steel beam right here, but if you want to bring it out this far, you need to have a steel column supporting the steel overhang inside that opening, and that steel column has to go all the way down to the foundation. And what was below the kitchen? The garage. And it was right in the way of the entrance to the garage. So that wasn't possible. We couldn't make the opening as big as we wanted. And so yeah, we just kind of compromised. And they said, okay, thankfully we had an engineer to tell us this sort of thing. And they were like, okay, it's like, okay, you could have a steel column right in front of your garage, or you can make your opening 10 feet wide instead of 15 feet wide. And we said, we'll take we don't want to have an ugly column right there. And they said, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. So yeah, that's probably better. That'd be for the best. That's probably more viable. So it's funny. The engineer was really supportive. Go figure. About helping us out. Engineers are really supportive people. I want to dissolve this edge. There we go, because we had an extra edge right there. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Engineers are the real homies. Oh my god, they are. $18 feet is pretty big. We worked with a 30-foot-ish vaulted ceiling. That job required carpenters to build an entire temporary floor/stairs into the ceiling so we could work finishing. Damn house just sold for $8 million, I believe. They spent over $200,000 on that ceiling alone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, I love that squid emote. That's funny. That's a funny emote. That's great. No, that's when we finished renovating that house, yeah, we sold it. We didn't sell it for we didn't really sell it for $1 million, but we did sell it for a pretty nice chunk of change. And thankfully, because I helped with the construction, my parents actually gave me a percentage of the house, and then I took that money and I paid off my student loans. So I owe absolutely $0 in student loans. And I'm so happy about that. I'm so happy about that, dude. Oh my god. I mean, the fish tank in the room I sold was over 100K. Oh my. The fish tank in the room I was told was over 100,000. A saltwater tank. A saltwater fish tank for $100,000 in a house? What was it? Were you working for a Bond villain? What's he putting in there? Sharks with lasers? I mean, if I had that much money to burn, I would probably watch sharks with lasers, but yeah. Oh my god. It was a lakefront property in a highly affluent area. Oh my god. Lake Geneva, for those curious. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know the area, but I'd have to look that up. Oh my goodness. Normal, local. Oh,
Hey,
hello.
Brox_Basher.
Brox Basher?
With 2 views. Welcome everyone.
How you doing, buddy? Let's use the, let's give this the old rotate sauce, since the skew doesn't seem to want to work the way I want it to. There we go. And then we'll apply our transforms that way. Hopefully that can work a little bit better. Smooth. Actually, 30 degrees. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. Average watcher 78. Oh no. Not average watcher 78. How you doing? I'm kidding. To put in perspective, the neighbor had had a 30-car garage, and NBC. Hold on, my arm. What? Sorry about that. My hands were seizing there. I had a seizure there. Put in perspective, neighbor had a 30-car garage, and NBC was there filming a car I was told was one of 7, and my car nerd friends said I saw a unicorn. Goddamn rich folks all around. Oh god. Oh man. I can't imagine. I really can't imagine having that many cars. Because as much as I enjoy driving, I can't bring myself to own 30 cars. Heck, I can barely own I can barely bring myself to own 1 car. I love my Honda. I'm gonna keep it for as long as I can. I'm hopefully gonna run that shit to the ground, because it's a nice car, and I used to have a Jeep, and that Jeep was fun, but it was a lot like owning a Jeep is a little bit like owning the Millennium Falcon. It sounds fun, but you're not ready for the drama that comes with it. Oh my god. He owns a used car auction place, museum auction, so the 30-car garage, it kind of made sense for a guy like him. I'll stick with my 25-year-old truck. Which Ford is best Ford? Alright. Let me walk around here really quick. I want to see how this feels. Yeah. Because I kind of want to capture some of that winding alleyway kind of look here in this residential area. My dad really loves his truck. He is he's got a Ram which he uses to tow, which he has used to tow a 5th wheel, which is really nice. Here we go. Just to kind of sell the idea a little bit more. Again, these are all placeholders. These aren't really going to be final. I'd be disowned if I owned anything but a Chevy. Oh, wow. I've actually never owned a Chevy before. I don't think anybody might... Well, maybe my dad's owned a Chevy. That's crazy. I mean, Chevy trucks actually used to be really good, but actually, as a kid, one of my favorite trucks as a kid was a Chevy Avalanche. I really liked those. I really liked the look of those trucks. Was it Barrett or Jackson? Oh, like the car show? I believe the car show was just Barrett Jackson. Like it's a hyphen. Actually, hold on. Let me go to my references here. Oh, oops, wrong minimize here. I want to try something really quick. This might look kind of cool. Because again, this is located on like a mountain kind of thingy. So we're going to have various elevations. So yeah, this can be located right about here. Like that. Let's see here. He said car auction. Okay, I'm gonna dissociate myself from reality and go listen to music and wind down. That sounds like a good idea. I don't know if LSD helps with that. I've never taken that, and that sort of thing has the opposite effect on me. You have a good night, Patch. Alright, here we go. Let's try subdividing this. That way we create a vertex here. Connect that to there. I want to grab this edge and there. Actually, no, I don't want to grab this. Hold on. That's it. Not going to sleep yet? Oh, okay. Most likely going to be back soon. Sounds good. I'm just going to continue boxing some stuff in. I kind of like how this ends right here. That's kind of cool. It's an experience that can't be understated. Oh, you know what can't be understated? Have you, I will tell you about an experience, about a positive experience I had once, which was listening to, Pink Floyd, it was while, listening to Pink Floyd's, Echoes, while watching the final act of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Oh my god. That was a journey. That was a trip. But yeah, that's about as much as I'll delve into that conversation, because I usually don't really I don't really partake in LSD or marijuana or any of that anymore, because that was a long time ago, and also I've got some I've got some baggage with that. But anyway, yeah. Dark Side of the Wizard of Oz. Yes, that's also fun too, but Dark Side of the Wizard of Oz is more like, it's okay. It's really more like a funny experiment, but Pink Floyd with 2001, it works, like narratively and musically. It just it synchronizes. It's oddly it synchronizes oddly well when you know when exactly to start it. It just works. Don't fight it. It just works. There's a lot of other stuff that's I know there's a whole website dedicated to, like, you know, mixing Pink Floyd's music to other to like movies and stuff. Like, I've heard people say that if you mix apparently Pink Floyd's The Wall with Pixar's WALL-E, and it's called Another Brick in the Wall-E. Yep. Another Brick in the Wall-E. That's a thing, apparently. I've never actually watched it, but I've definitely heard it's a thing. Actually, let's have this over here. Yeah, because this actually makes a nice little layered kind of look with our houses here. And what if I take this building, turn it around here, rotate that, and then pull this up here? Yeah, okay. Yes, this feels good. This is going to be interesting because this is going to give a nice claustrophobic kind of look where the player is going to feel enclosed. They'll kind of lose sight of the castle a little bit, but that's okay. Because I think this is where a lot of enemies could potentially come out and start fighting, and things could get kind of crazy down here. So a lot of shenanigans could happen here. So I think that might be a good thing. Opens the door for shenanigans. That's a good thing for game design. Shenanigans are a good thing. Here we go. Oh, also it's almost about 8:30 now. So, oh, okay. Yep. We're doing pretty good on time. Alrighty. Let me think. What kind of buildings here? What can I do to break up the monotony here? Because now these buildings are nice, but now things are kind of I kind of want to avoid the pitfall of things becoming too samey. So let me have a look at my reference sheet here. We do have some of these old buildings, and we also do have these this type of thing here, like the mansard building. Okay, let's have a mansard building here. That's a good idea. Let's have one of these right here. Let's see here. Let me have a look at this guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is definitely from Mont Saint-Michel, so having these types of buildings that kind of stack like this. And I've seen quite a few buildings inside of some other pictures that have this kind of stacked look too. So I think more and more that this is definitely a kind of a style that I'm going to have to model out. So I'll need a, yeah, let's see here. Yeah, well, you know. Oh no, is that the French? It's the French. Ah, the French. Yeah, so it's a castle located in Normandy, and that's primarily the main inspiration for this level, because I kind of like the look of this castle, because it's got a it's located on a sandbar. It's okay. So speaking of crazy designs, also this is totally a Monty Python sketch. They said I was crazy for building a castle in a swamp. Except it's not really a swamp; it's a sandbar. But I'm pretty sure parts of this are sinking. Reminds me of the Baron's Castle in Witcher 3. It kind of does, actually. Yeah, it really does. But yes, it's, yeah, this is a commune that's existed since, like, 800 AD. And, like, they started out with a monastery on a granite... Like, this is, like, it's founded on a giant granite hill. Solid granite. And they built a monastery up there, then parts of the village, and then parts of the wall, and then this Gothic cathedral here in the center. This was built in like the 1200s. But yeah, so it's really old, easily almost 1,000 years old castle. But yeah, this is what the castle this is what the landscape looks at low tide. So it's basically just a really wide beach. But yeah, really cool. I've been there, and it's really, really nice, actually. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get inside the cathedral because they close really, really early. Like, they close at, like, 6 o'clock in the, 6 o'clock. Yeah, so, like, right after dinner. But, yeah, it's really nice. Me, my brother, and my uncle, we backpacked through parts of France. We went to Paris. We went through Mont Saint-Michel, a whole bunch of, like, I guess, World War II area, a few World War II memorials, destinations, a whole bunch of ruins, like bunkers, artillery, grave sites, tons of villages. The French villagers are actually really nice. The Parisians, the people from Paris, they were a little bit more rude. They were kind of like New Yorkers. So, yeah. Paris is a very different part of, people from Paris are very different from the rest of France. But yeah, in any case. Oh yeah, that's very, oh yeah, check out this profile of this building here. We have this little, facing wall, or this, I guess, you know, supporting wall there. Yeah, where that just kind of goes up past the rooftop. Okay. Yeah, I could have a few more of those. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we try that? Why don't we try that? I can actually take this thing. Here's what we'll do. I'll take this thing, pull it aside. The weirdest gable in history. Yes. I wonder if they did that as a fire break. Probably, because fire safety, obviously you couldn't have fire trucks back in the day. So I know that the old school way, the really, really old school way of building firewalls was, well, firewalls weren't really a thing. What they did to stop fires is that they actually demolished nearby buildings so that the fire couldn't reach the next building over. They would demolish the adjacent building so that they could contain the fire and stop it from spreading, not give it fuel, because they couldn't provide it, they couldn't put it out with water. But yeah, that might have been a really interesting way to basically create an early form of a firewall. I don't know how long or how much it would have helped, but it probably would have stopped it for at least an hour until maybe until somebody could have demolished the next building over, prevent it from spreading. Maybe they could have suffocated it with gravel. I don't know. I have no idea. It sounds like for the most parts, the way that they medieval societies just kind of dealt with building fires is that they just let it burn. I don't know. It's a really good question. Well, I'm off. I have to get up early tomorrow, volunteering for a back-to-school event. All right. I'll see you soon, Sharky. All right, so this will be really exciting. Night, y'all. Or night, Sharky. Okay, whoopsie. Actually, I'll keep that tall, so in case if I can just pull it down. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, how about we scale this up slightly? And then pull it down. And then I'll duplicate this. Go into my item, transform, rotation, put that back to... Oh my god, what is this? What happened? What did I do? There we go. Okay. Yikes. I'll reset the transforms on that. That way, yeah. That way that won't cause any more confusion. Hopefully. Just like that. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Actually, I don't think I'll have the mansard there. That's probably won't be the best idea. So yeah, I'll keep this to the side here. Hydrate, good idea. Good idea. I'm gonna start making those. I don't know what you call it. I guess. Let's see here. I'm so tired. Yeah. Here we go. I really would like to have this white boxed. I really would like to have this residential area white boxed. I don't need to have these, like, precisely modeled, but I would like to have at least a good idea how these buildings are shaped. That way we can differentiate between the industrial buildings from the residential buildings and the slums and the town square. So let's have a look here at my reference. Yeah. Okay. It looks like this type of building is gonna have this type of, I guess, gabled kind of roof. Yeah. It's gonna have that kind of thing at the... It's gonna have that triangular shape there. I wish there was a better view. Yeah, basically like this. That's basically it. Okay. I can roll with that. So... yeah, can I grab this guy? What's the rotation on this guy? Actually, you know what? Better idea. I'll grab this. Pull this out here. And then what I'll do is that we can cut this up. Okay. There's 3 floors. 3-ish. And... yeah, we'll bevel this. Boom, boom. Actually, I didn't even need to go that far, did I? Here we go. Yeah, extrude. How about... how much would you call that? 0.25 meters? Minus 2.5. A quarter of a meter is gonna be just under a foot, so I think that checks out. 1/3 of a meter is 1 foot. And then I'll grab these two here. And I'll extrude this out by another 0.25. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. Then what I'll do is I'll take... yeah, I'll take these 3 guys and merge at the center. Also merge at the center. There. Boom. Boom. Bed does call me. Good luck with the medieval ages. Thank you so much, Dinax. Did you know that if you found any kind of bear and got them to wear socks and shoes, they'd still be walking around with bare feet? Brox. Brox. Why do you gotta do this to me? Bad. Bears always have bare feet. Always. Oh my god. I hate you. I hate this. Oh. I mean, well, you gotta, to be fair, you gotta, he has to do this to me because I forgot to do it to him on Wednesday. And, I actually had so many meetings on Wednesday. Awesome purple in the eyes. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. The emissive texture actually really helps the purple out quite a bit. Yeah, the purple actually turned, the purple lavenderish actually turned out really nicely. That's right, I'm back to curse mines. Brox is here to curse us. Oh my god. We're back, baby. All hail the king of cursed facts. Oh my god. The champ is here. I'm scared, y'all. Oh, also, Brox, I actually managed to fix up quite a few things with my VTuber model. Like, I have actually fixed a few things with my phenom expressions. So A, E, hold on, A, E, I, O, U, kinda. It's better. It's not worse, but well, it's definitely better. It still could be a little better, but it's better than it was before. Here's one. You can never lick your elbow. Don't tempt me. I can take that challenge. I have the tongue of Gene Simmons. I do. I could do it. Ayo. Oh, shut up. Why? Why do you gotta bring this out in me? Yes, I could touch the bottom of my tongue. I could touch the bottom of my chin with my tongue. No, I can't. I can't do it. I failed. Soon. There's two things going on. There's the length. There's my tongue's reach, but then there's also the bone structure, because I need to be double jointed. If I were double jointed in the shoulder, I could do it. It's totally doable. Totally doable. If I could do 700 push-ups in a day, I could figure this out. I'm a trooper, damn it. Alright, let's grab this guy. And then we can use this. Yeah. Here we go. Put this over here. Actually, yeah, here we go. Watch this. Okay, watch this. This is gonna make me a little sad because I did such a good job extruding this little portion of my building here, but it's gonna be for the greater good. The greater good. Oops. Forgot that face, I guess, there. There. Pull this out here. Give that the rotate sauce. Like this. Right there. Aha. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. There. Yes. Oh, it also rotated that vertex, that edge loop too. Okay, that's why that's happening. Okay, here we go. There we go. Yeah, something like this. Here we go, yeah. Also, today's Friday. You know what that means? Guess what that means? Wait a minute. Check your DMs. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Brox. This is groovy. I love this. I've actually never played the Yakuza games, but they look so good. I love it. Oops. Oh. Hold on. It's alright. That's so good. Nice. I listen to this every Friday. Nice. For the longest time, I've listened to the "It is Wednesday, my dude" memes every time it was Wednesday. Like, I had a friend who was obsessed with that meme, and now I'm sort of kind of obsessed with it in a weird way, too. In, like, the wrong way. I also do love the, speaking of dance, speaking of good dance videos and video games, I really love the Michael Jackson sequence in Devil May Cry. That caught me off guard. I loved that. That was crazy. Oh, I also like how this one just kind of overhangs like that. Okay. Let's have this, and then we can have a, yeah, we can have like an overhang right here. Like this. And then, of course, I'll need to fix this, this roof here. So, check it out. Let's see. Oh, I know how I can fix this. Right down the middle there. That should be the middle. If I add an edge loop right there. Center. Snap there. And then we'll get rid of that. Nice. Not bad. I mean, it's questionable, but it's a cartoon. Well, actually, you know what? Let's make it slightly less questionable. There we go. How about that? How about right there? Okay. There we go. I'm going to sleep now, but I'm happy to see that you're doing good on the jam map. Thank you. It's, I'm planning on streaming more tomorrow, and, it's definitely gonna be really awesome by the time we get this whole thing white boxed. So this is gonna be really exciting. I can feel it. Definitely gonna be a portfolio-worthy thing. I hope you enjoy your sleep, Mr. Wolf Wolf. Really good to see you here, and I wish you the best on your game jam as well. There's also a synthwave version of that song, and it just makes me so good and makes me feel so good inside. Makes me happy. I love synthwave. I'll have to look that up. I'll copy this thing first, and then I wanna. What side of the road do I want to have this on? Yeah, let's have that. Yeah, let's move this up like this. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Okay. You working on this makes me want to work on my animation scene. I want to world build so badly. I want to world. I've always wanted to world build. I love the idea of just building worlds. There's something about it. Like, I don't know. Have you ever seen Ross's Game Dungeon, or have you ever seen Freeman's Mind? Like the guy that makes Freeman's Mind. Like, he has this really good video on I guess like about like creating worlds. Like one of his big things is about preserving video games. He's all about game preservation. Freeman's. Yes, thank you. Yes, there's somebody on here. I love it. Yes, a fellow fan. Oh my god. But yeah, Ross is all about game preservation, and so he has this little video called like My Favorite Software, and it's basically about like or like my ideal software. It's like where he wants to like preserve games that are potentially lost by potentially using I can't remember what kind of software it was, but by converting video into 3D. I think it's AI driven, sort of, kind of, but I don't really know the logistics on how that works. But really interesting way on how to potentially preserve a game that cannot be run on a modern computer anymore, or because of gas. But there's stuff on there. He's like talks about world building at the very end, like teleporting between worlds, and like it's interesting. And when it comes to 3D modeling and creating stuff like this, it's almost like you're creating your own little digital world in a way. And I've always found that notion just utterly fascinating, if that makes sense. I know that was a bit of a ramble. I ramble a lot, but yeah. Otherwise, yeah. Happy to see another Freeman's Mind fan. It is really good though. I love he's just got such a good sense of humor too. Really good writing too, actually. Especially the when it comes to like the when it came to the portal, when he actually had to jump through the Zen gate. Because you remember there was like an April Fool's joke there, where after he jumps through the Zen gate, there was like a episode where he there's like a good ending, where he didn't get teleported to the Zen overworld. He got teleported to somewhere else on Earth, and he got away, and he's like, "Yes, that's it, I win." And I have a theory. Before that, he was talking about like duplicates, like body duplicates. Like will this create a body duplicates? I believe that that is actually the body duplicate version of Freeman. Like it actually did create a copy of him. One copy of him ended up on Zen, and the other stayed here on Earth. And then that Freeman stayed here, and eventually survived the 7-hour war in the Half-Life universe, and then he changed his name to what was it? Yeah, he changed his name to Mike and became a combine trooper, or became a civil protection officer, and that's how he survived. So all the episodes of civil protection is actually a 50-year-old Gordon Freeman who's living in hiding in civil protection. Really need to rewatch that series. It's been so long. Saw it on Machinima when I was 14. Dude. That's a deep cut. That is a deep cut. Oh my god. Frickin' Machinima. They deserve to go bankrupt. I'm glad Ross got away from those guys. But yeah, freaking Machinima, man. That brought back so many memories. Oh my god. Early YouTube was the best. Yeah, 14, yeah, yeah, at that time, Ross's Game Dungeon, I was in like, yeah, you were in 4. I'm 25, by the way. Yeah, I was, I'm 34. So, Freeman's Mind came out when I was in high school. Machinima sucked, but my man, it had so many great shorts there. It did. It did. Machinima was just a shit company, but they just happened to have some of the best animator. They just happened to bring on some of the best animators at the time who just worked with like Gmod and Flash animation. They just happened to have contracts with Machinima, unfortunately. Thankfully, Machinima, I believe I think they're bankrupt now. I think they kind of ceased to exist as a company. Thank goodness. They were awful. Actually, there was a funny thing that I think Ross said on one of his group chats or one of his monthly chats. He said, you know, you could say whatever you want about all the demonetization that's happening on YouTube. That's not worse than what Machinima... Like, they could threaten to kill... YouTube could threaten to murder me, and that wouldn't be worse than anything that I was going through with Machinima. And I was like, yeah, I can probably imagine. Oh my god. Yeah, that just sounded awful. Good night, everyone. Have an awesome weekend. By the way, I'm still overwhelmed. You'll get there. You'll get to pack this weekend, so yeah, that'll be a time where you'll get to actually get to do something and occupy your mind. So that's something you'll get to look forward to, and you can, you know, that'll at least be something to do. And then after you've exhausted yourself from moving and packing stuff, you'll get a good night's sleep. You'll get tired, you're gonna sleep on it, you're gonna sleep a really long time, and then you'll calm down. You will. I know you've been overwhelmed for a little over a week now, at least maybe like a week and a half at this point, but you'll get there. Just take it easy. Possibly. No, not possibly. It's true. It's true. You're not gonna be anxious forever. You're not going to be overwhelmed forever. You won't. You need to tell yourself that. Promise me you'll tell yourself that. Okay? And keep doing your breathing exercises. Not true, you never know? No, I do know. No, I really do. And stretch, good idea. I really do know. Trust me.
Stretch.
I know it's a cliche for someone my age to say I was your age too, but I had the exact same experience that you did. I'm autistic too. I have anxiety. I have depression. I've moved around a lot. Ugh. But yes, it'll probably take a while until you'll start to feel back to normal, but you will. It's not gonna last forever. It won't. Okay? But yeah, I hope you have a good sleep. All right. So yeah, I've got a good winding. I've got a pretty nice wind here. Actually, oh, hang on. Let me look at my sheet here really quick. Residential / market. Yes. So let's see here. Typically, how markets work in these type of medieval excuse me, hiccups. Typically, how markets work in these medieval style buildings is that you'll have a storefront on the first floor, and then the owners of that storefront will live on the second and third floors, and they'll just kind of room up there. But there will be other rooms and hotels and other such places nearby that people can stay in, live nearby, and take pilgrimages up to this religious building. Feels like it's been 2 to 3 weeks now. Yeah, I've had depression. I've had depressive bouts and anxiety bouts that lasted a long time like that too. Even recently, even now, I still get them. And yeah, it's you'll keep on getting them for the rest of your life, but they won't last forever. And it's just like the flip side of the coin. You'll feel happy, and you'll feel happy for a really long time, and then you won't. That's just how it goes. That's the way it is. That's kind of the philosophy of yin and yang. That's, you know, there's light and there's dark. And there's phases. And right now you're in a bit of that little funk. You're in a little bit of that phase right now. And there's an exit. There's always an exit. You're just depressed. You're feeling a little bit depressed and you're just tired. And you're probably tired of being tired. You'll get there. Trust me, my friend. You'll get there. Hopefully I'm helping. I didn't have anyone to tell me this stuff when I was a kid. Like, well, my parents tried to tell me, and I didn't really believe them either. But, you know, hopefully I'm helping. I like to think I am. I'm probably not, but, you know, if I'm not, then I'm not, and I'm just gonna have to deal with that. I'm just gonna have to cope. But yeah, I just want to help people. That's all I want to do. I want to make models, and I want to help people. That's basically it. Yeah, so this is gonna go out this way. Boop. Yeah, we'll pull this out over here. Kind of like... Actually like this. Yeah. Rotate that. Down here. Alright. Okay, good night, everyone. Good night, Mr. Patch. Alright. Here we go. Definitely need a tall building. Definitely need another tall building here, too. Maybe here in the middle. Let's go here. So this is where things are going to get a little strange. Oh. Maybe not that strange. Because we could have this here. Like this. Right? Yeah, we could have this, like, here. Like, right there. And then this road... Let me grab the rest of this stuff. This road could go right about here. Right there. Okay. Oh, wrong button. D, rotate, T to rotate. And then we'll pull this over here this way. Like that. Here. This is where things will kind of get a little bit screwy. Actually, maybe not that screwy, because we'll have, yeah, we can have like a little intersection right here, like a T intersection. That way we can have like a little break in this road here. Also, you've helped me escape reality many times. That's a relief. I feel really relieved to hear that. That makes me happy. I'm glad I can at least achieve that, if nothing else. If nothing else, I'm just glad I'm able to give somebody an escape. Because even though I might not be the best at teaching something, or at least showing how to do something, or answering somebody's modeling questions, I at least want to give somebody some optimism. I want to be a good, positive voice in somebody's head. Because I think we've got a lot of negative voices out there. Positivity is really hard to find. You're a legendary person? Oh. Thanks, bro. This is the part where I pull out the Keanu Reeves meme and I go, "No, you're amazing!" Can I point? Can I do the finger point? Come on. You can do it. Come on, Rune, you can do it. Just get that. No, you're amazing. Oh wait, Alt 1? That smile's a little creepy. I need to adjust that a little bit. I mean, the expression looks like he's kind of cringing a little bit, which is kind of funny. That's great. Alright, in any case, yeah. Okay. This is really good tea, by the way. Alright. Yeah, so that's a nice little, break there. Feels kind of natural. You can have a side entrance there. And then we can have this part of the road go this way, like this. Okay, and then over here. And you always will be. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if I always will be, but I just gotta keep working at it every day. Just gotta keep working. That's all it is. Alright. Yeah, and then what I'll do is I'll grab another one of these. Pull that here. And then maybe just down a little bit so that, yeah, make it... Ooh, he'd be kind of thick down there. Yeah, I kind of like that a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'll make another version like this. And then it'll come in like that. There we go. Okay. There. So, yeah, I'll get rid of that one. And then I'll try this guy here. There. Okay. Cool beans. Yeah, let's have that up here. Actually, let's kind of switch these around. Slot this one over here. And then we'll slot this to here. Okay. Kind of like that. Yes. That feels a little bit more natural, like a natural opening here. Let's take a walk. Let's take a walk. Okay. Come right through. Yeah, definitely getting that claustrophobic look. Yes. The way I look at it this way, maybe two people will always be happy that you helped them escape reality. That are happy people. Hang on, let me read that again. My brain kind of farted when I read that mid-sentence. Look at it this way. One, maybe two people will always be happy that you helped them escape reality, and they're are happy people. Yes, that's a good way to look at it. At least I've made two more people that are... I put two people in a good mood, if nothing else. And I think that's a healthy mindset. I think that's really healthy. There we go. Pull this out that way. There we go. Just like that. Okay. I like how awkward this little bend is right here. How this road kind of bows in slightly here. It kind of creates this awkward little squeeze as we go through this little straight and narrow portion. Like it's not, like if this were a city street nowadays, this would be automatically demolished because it's not to code, but because it's medieval, it works. So it's got character. So I like that. I like that aspect. Of course, things will it'll kind of depend on how this works with the third-person camera, but that's another thing entirely. One of those people being me, of course. And I'm glad I can do that for you. I'm glad. I'm actually surprised that I've actually managed to achieve 100 followers. Honestly, I'm surprised I actually even managed to find 10 people to watch me consistently. I honestly didn't even think I was cool enough to actually for people to really give that much of a crap about me, really. Patch at your service. Thank you, sir. I can't really salute. Can I? Can I do it? Maybe I have to lean back in my chair. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. I'll call that. Alrighty. So, at this part here, I think I need to extend this out. So, when it comes to intersections like this, I think, yeah, we need to have at least a little bit of a wider, I think, even though it's not consistent to the width of the road here, I think this needs to be wider. That way we can have people, that way we can let people's eyes adjust to the exit here. That way it doesn't feel like a dead end. Okay, good night. Yeah, all right. Good night, Mr. Patch. Let's have a look. We need to decide something here, though. We definitely need to decide something really soon. Where is the gate to the town square gonna be? And better yet, where is the town square going to be at? Let's go ahead and denote a bit of an area where the town square could probably be. So let me take this plane here and blow this up to about... Yeah, about 10 times the size. So 20 meters. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good, like, little plaza-sized area. Also, I want to grab these buildings over here. Yeah. That one, too. And then I want to create a new collection. And I want to grab and drop all these guys into this new collection here. Is this for Pirate Software? Yes. Yeah, this is for Game Jam 15. So I'm currently whiteboxing my 3D level. Collection. So this is going to be residential. I'll just call it the market level. Okay, just to kind of keep these short. Okay. Nice. And then I'll have a new collection. Plaza. Or town square. Yes. And then this town square. Yeah, this plane, let's find it. Yeah, that way we can use this to kind of denote the town square area, because this market needs to have a gate that connects to this town square, but it's going to be locked off. So that means the player has to find a different path, and they have to go off the beaten path in order to get to the town square. I kind of want to make... I have to really plan really carefully at this point here, because, you know, there's a main road here, and we kind of need to make the player feel like that they're going off the beaten path of the road, cutting between the alleys, so that they can divert their path through the slums and get into the town square, so that they can fight the final boss. And we have to do it naturally. So that's going to take a little bit of forward thinking. So let me, let's see here. Yeah, I'll just call this Plaza. There. Oh. Yeah, I'll just call that Street. There we go. Actually, I'll take some of this debris here, and I think I'll add it over here to this part of our docks. That way, it kind of communicates to the player that they can't really go. There's not really much over here either. Or actually, well, you know what? We can actually litter some of this place with trash, especially. Right about... Oh, come on. Yeah, here we go. Cool. Because the city is in decay. All the people here, they're not all the people that used to live in this town. They can't upkeep the town anymore because either they're dead or dying. So therefore, the city around them is going to be in a state of decay, where there's going to be trash in the streets. There's probably going to be sewage. There's probably going to be debris. Maybe a couple of buildings must have fallen down due to structural failures because somebody knocked something over, and then maybe that caused a structural beam to collapse, etc., etc. So, yeah, the town's gonna be kind of messy. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this guy. And then what I'll do is that I'll scale it up. And then maybe I'll scale this inner part down a bit. Like that. Okay. Make that slightly wider. That's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, now that I'm blocking this stuff out, I'm having a little bit of a better idea on how I want to denote these buildings and how I want to organize them and what kind of buildings I need to model and kind of what expectations lie ahead. Here. Just like that. Save. And I'm gonna take a sip. Okay. Because I could have like another street over here. Like a building behind this building there. Hey, welcome back, Mr. Brox. How you doing? Okay. Yeah, I'll take this, turn this around, and face that this way. Was hanging out with my parents. Oh, nice. That's cool. It's nice to hang out with your parents. Oh, yeah, here we go. Ooh. Ooh, this will be interesting. You can tell this is definitely going to be the more expensive part of town because the buildings are just taller. Tall buildings equals wealth. How you doing that? Oh, so in Blender, this is cool. This is an interesting control. You have to enable this in the preferences, I think. But the way I have it is if you hold down Shift and tilde, you know the little squiggly line next to the 1 key? If you hold down Shift and hit tilde, you'll enter walk mode. And all meshes automatically have collisions, so you'll always walk on top of meshes. If you hit the spacebar, you'll travel right toward the center of your cursor, like that. If you left click, you'll lock your camera in that position. But if you hit escape, you'll go back to the previous position that you had. So let me see if I can find it really quick. Input. Where is it? Lock horizon. Right here, fly walk, lock horizon. So you want to enable fly walk right there. And under key map, let's see here. Hold on, because I think there's another thing that you had to enable. Blender walk mode. But yeah, walk mode is a lot of fun because it automatically assumes that your walking scale is 2 meters tall, which is exactly what your which is exactly how tall that the player should be inside of your average game. So that's a really good way to guesstimate proportions, even in a photorealistic setting. So, yeah, extremely handy. That's how I basically determined how to form this little area down here in the dock, where the player first arrives. They walk through here, just kind of testing out this little test shot right here, just to see if it actually worked, how well it worked. And I think it worked like a charm. It's a nice little framing device here. I think I need to have like a building or some kind of barricade here. Or, oh, you know what I should have? That's right, some trash! It is super helpful. I'm glad you'll find a use for it. But yeah, I've been using it for years, and it's been absolutely invaluable. I wish Maya or 3ds Max had that feature. They don't. They should, like, all 3D software should have this. Hi, kitty. My cat's looking at me, judging me. She wants out, I think. Hold on. Yep. Meow. Yeah, she's gonna bat my foot. Alright, let me open the door. Kitty. Go get Mom. Go find Mom. Go find Mommy. There you go. There you go. Alright, I'm back. I have an issue with scaling my buildings, so using this will help me properly come up with something. Nice, yes. Yeah, this will definitely help with proportions. Like this helped me so many times, countless times to help with proportions. Stairs, especially tight buildings or tight doors. Anything that has like an interior or an interior room, because navigating inside of a small room inside of Blender is kind of a pain. So if I had like a, just for example, yeah, let's just say, for example, I'll grab this doodad here, just to kind of show you something here. Inset, scale this down, get rid of that, and this too. Yeah, pull that down there, pull this up. And yeah, I'll have to have this on the I'll have to set this on the plane down here. Otherwise, if I just hit walk here, I'll basically fall forever, and it's really spooky. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's gonna be really hard to see here. Oh, there we go. So yeah, as we can see, we're too tall. So, yep. Bring this up here. Scale it out. And then what I'll do is just kind of, let's see here. Oh, you know what? How about this? There. Use the knife tool, quick and dirty, just like that. And then what we'll do is, yeah, I'll just grab this whole big floor right here, just like that. Extrude that up. And then I'll flip that normal. Yep. Just like that. Fill in that. And, yeah, I know that part of my wall is sticking through the outside, and, it's kind of... Yep, that's it. So, we're looking at an interior room right now. That's it. And I'm able to walk inside, I'm able to determine how big this thing is, and, just to kind of get an idea for how to shape an interior, just to kind of see how it looks. And it's a really good way to pre-visualize something before you import it into Unity, because you could actually play inside of your scene before playing it with it in Unity. It's super, super handy. But yeah, I love this. It's called walk mode. Let's see here. I'll see if I can find how. Blender enable walk mode from the view navigation menu. Okay, view, navigation, fly, walk, right here. I believe, let's see here. Yeah, you can also type it in F3, just type walk. That should be it there. You can also change the gravity settings and preferences. Nice! I forgot that you could do that, but yeah, you could actually do that. I guess so that if you need to like simulate the moon, or if you need to feel like you're walking on the moon, or I don't know. I don't usually jump around inside of Blender. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, the shift squiggly line. That's how I remember it, because the little. Oh yeah, if you hold down shift, you'll sprint. So yeah, let's see here. Let me just view this one more time, see if there's anything else I can add to this. Yeah. I feel like I could have a lower building right there, just to kind of break up some of the monotony. Like right here, this guy. Yeah, this could be, what if I had... What if I just had one of these, but it was just really short? Because there's plenty of those in the village. Just like that. That's totally okay, like that, with the roof right next to it. And over here, actually, let's have a look here. Ooh, ad break. Hold on. Let me just kind of change the scale on this thing really quick. Scale it down. Ow. Better idea. Let's take this, scale that down just a tiny bit. Like that. Yeah, that's a little better. And then we'll make this wider. Right about to... How about here? And then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, yeah, 15. That seems good. Okay. Why not? Ad break ends in 3 minutes. Oh, I forgot. Okay. We're alright. We're okay. Yes, over here, we definitely want this, yeah, let's have this butting up against this wall here. That way it gets to act like a firewall for this little marketplace here. Like that. We can actually have this, ooh, would be cool if we could have this actually act as a little alleyway back here. That'd be kind of cool. I definitely could use a lot more alleyways. Actually, this would be really interesting over here. let's delete that and fill that in. And get rid of those faces. There's a better way to do this. Hold on. Fill, extrude. Recalculate outside. Oh. I don't know. What the heck? Well, I don't know how that happened. Oh well. Well, not there anymore. Don't know how that got mirrored down there. Alright. Oh, sorry. That was my stool. There we go. Wow. Surreal to actually be walking through my city scene? Yeah, it was pretty surreal for me too. It's almost like you're playing your own level. Local, normal. Let's try this. How about view? It'd probably be helpful if I selected all those verts down there. Here we go. Exactly. In my case, with a poor draw distance because I oversized everything. Yeah, at least you can fix the draw distance inside of, where is it? I think it's in the view here. Yeah, your clip start. Yeah, clip start and clip end right here. Center. Yeah, let's align that vert up under there. Line that up. And I should probably have a little subdivide there. Line that up. Connect. There we go. Oh, I don't really like how that extends that far out into the street. That's kind of not so nice. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. That's a little better. Oh yeah, that's a little bit better because that creates that little bit of an alley there. That way you can access the back side of your building there. Cool. I think that's pretty cool. Clip start also better affects your shadow quality if you have a huge clip end value. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh. I had like a little moth in my face. Oof. What if I put this here? Actually, yeah, let's put this over here. Yeah. And then over here, behind this building, what if we had, like... What if this was, like, a little, like, I don't know what you'd call it. Like a little cathedral? Or like a little, like a small church? So it would have like a little bit of real estate back here. Okay. Yeah. And then let's get another cube over here. Put that in my market level, and I'll call this fence. I know it doesn't look like a fence right now, but bear with me. We could make this into a modular type of fence. Let's go increment. There. Yeah, we'll go about, about 20 centimeters wide. Yeah. Yeah, that's 1 meter, 2 meters, and yeah, let's have 2 meters on the fence like that. And then what I'll do is I'll have some I'll create a post. Right there. And it's going to be square shaped. It's going to come up like that. Can I go higher, please? One more? Just one more. Yeah. Just like that. Okay. I'll reset the transforms. And then object origin to the bottom there. And then I'll scale this out. Oh. Reset transforms. Let's try that again. Default. Okay, here we go. How about 1.25? Yeah. Are there any fences here that probably... I'm thinking it's just probably just going to be a regular old stone fence. Something that kind of looks like this. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Okay, this actually has more like a railing, because it's got like a stone top to it. This, I think this is the top of our castle wall. Like, up here. That can kind of work a little bit. I definitely need a building like this somewhere in here. I'm thinking this building will probably be better suited for the plaza, because I think that to me just feels like an ominous and scary kind of centerpiece, because it just looks weird. Like it's uncanny. It's two styles that just don't really belong together. Like if you look at it really closely, it kind of gives the impression that it's falling over a little bit, because it's a house it's a tower that was built on top of a house, and they've got these little support structures around the tower, because it probably is that unstable. It really is that unstable. But yeah. I think this would be a really good centerpiece at the town square, and it would make just like for an uneasy and kind of a spooky looking final fight scene between the final boss. Maybe he's just like guarding something inside this little church, maybe? Or maybe it comes out of the church. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, here we go. I'll put this up here. There. So now I'll rotate this guy. Let's go local. Yeah, there we go. That way we can kind of transform these by the angle. Just like that. Okay. Yeah, put that right here in the middle. There. And I just need to angle that close enough. Yeah. Oh, it's a little tall, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. It's a white box. It's not really something you should worry too much about. I probably didn't even need to go this far. In fact, I probably shouldn't have even gone this detailed with my fence, at least as far as a white box goes. There. Oops. Cool. Boom. And actually, hold on. Because I kind of want to have this attaching right here. Or maybe over to the very end of this, yeah, to the very corner of this building. That would make a lot more sense. Yeah. Yeah, and this backside here, there could be goodies back here. There could be like a little, this could probably be like a little cemetery or something like that. I think that might be a little fun area to just kind of check out. Something that kind of diverts a little bit off the beaten path. Breaks up the monotony of the cluster of the buildings. Also, I think it's kind of cool to have just a humble little building amongst these tall, you know, money-grabbing buildings where you have like these big businesses that contrast against this little tiny church that's just located in this residential area. Because, you know, these people have to pray too. They have to, they need to have a place where they do their Sunday services, and they need to, probably need to have a place to bury their kids and their dog and all that stuff. And there'd probably be other graveyards here too, but yeah, they'd probably just have one lot. This would just be a single lot among several in the area. But yeah, it's a nice little contrast. And we could have another building down here. Actually, hold on. Hold on. Default. If we're gonna have Here's the $1 million question. If we're gonna have this fence line down here, what's gonna be around this fence? More buildings? Or is it going to be a more open view to this? I imagine it's. I think the easiest answer to that question would be to kind of close it off. with some smaller houses and some other stuff here. That way, let's see here. Because I think the easy thing to presume here is that the most logical thing to presume is that there's another street on this other side of this on the other side of these buildings, kind of like a, I guess, kind of like a neighborhood, you know. People like other businesses and other houses, people who live behind the stores. That would would probably be a feasible thing. So yeah, let's grab. Actually, for now, how about, you know, how about we make this fast, quick and dirty? This is a white box after all, quick and dirty. I need to remind myself of that. White boxing isn't really about, hang on. I'll grab one that's, try that again. Back to the geometry. There. Yeah, with other buildings, most likely. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're totally right. Probably just some really small houses, small huts. We'll have like a little small opening there. Actually, here's what we'll do. Check this out. Since we have this natural little bend right here on the property line, what we'll do is we'll just rotate it that way, like this. Yeah. Oh, what'd I do? Oh, okay. Whoopsie. Okay. Vertex, transform. And then we'll just pull that down here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, and then maybe I can grab another building like this. Ooh, hold on. This might look kind of cool. I'll take this. And then I'll put this down here. Like that. Yeah, right here at the center, just like this. Yeah, this little piece of land could continue all the way around here. I could actually extrude this little piece here. Stitch that up like that. Pull that over here. Yeah, something kind of like this. And, yeah, I'll need to think on that. I'll think about that a little bit more. Maybe not. Maybe not quite like that. Yeah, because I think if this were... Actually, let's block this. Let's use this one. Yeah, here we go. Pull this down. And we'll just push that back here. It's not perfect, but we can dial that in later. At least we understand that this is a lot that's supposed to be surrounded by buildings. All right, let's have a look. Let's test it out. The shading is a little odd. I think that just might be my view. Oh yeah, that was just my viewer. My bad. Scene world, object, random. World opacity. How about this? 1 second. Light, sun. Aha. Here we go. I think the sun is gonna be like, it's set to... Yeah, it's gonna set this direction, I think. I'm gonna go work on my comm. Fantastic work on your town, by the way. I can't wait to see it done. Me too. And it's definitely a lot of really good progress here. So I think it's really promising. Something is there's definitely going to be something really special about this, I think. I hope your comm ends up pretty good too. Sounds like it. I think it's going to be really exciting. Yeah, shadow. Oh yeah, these. I like these long shadows here. That's cool. Or maybe, yeah. How about this? Thanks, man. I'll send you a progress pic. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. This will actually help me visualize another part of the game, which will be rather interesting, because if you recall me saying earlier, one of the theme of the game jam is what is it? The theme of the game jam is shadows and alchemy. So we had this idea for our game where the player will have to the player will be an alchemist, but he's been cursed, so that if he steps in the shadows, he takes damage or he'll die. So that's the twist in the game, is that shadows will hurt you. So we have to find ways to help the player navigate through the town, through these shadows, through these tight corridors, where you have all these nasty little tight corners and corridors, and some of these will have to be illuminated with candles or lanterns, and it'll be really interesting, because when you get in these really narrow passes here, oh man, it's gonna get wild. Yeah, maybe if it was more like that direction, like this. Like going sort of like that direction, where you can kind of go in just a sliver a little bit, but then you'll but then you'll need to find a way to illuminate your path through. Haven't left yet. Heard the concept. Playing off a Bible verse. What if you called the game Shadow of Death or something? You know, we were just discussing something like that. Because, you know... Alright, hear me out. So we were still thinking about the title for the game. And we were pitching ideas back and forth. And, basically, I'll show you the I'll show you the little message that we had earlier that we had discussed. Because I think he had said something like, where is it? What did I say? General. Let's see here. Shadow of Death. Because, yeah, because we said it needs a simple play on words. We were thinking of we're playing with shadows that kill you. It's a medieval game. The player character kind of looks like a cross between a plague doctor and an alchemist. Maybe we could try something like Shadow Death, or the Shadow Plague, or maybe a Plague of Shadows. After all, a plague isn't too far of a walk from a curse. Many in that time believed that the bubonic plague was actually a divine curse. But yeah, that's that Shadow of Death. That's actually not too far of a walk of what from where I was originally thinking. I think we're still kind of tossing the idea back and forth, but I'm definitely leaning towards something like that because, you know, it's biblical, it's medieval, and it just sounds hardcore. It just sounds awesome. It sounds like the name of a metal band, you know, Shadow of Death, or, you know, the Shadow Plague, you know. It sounds heavy. And that's kind of what we were kind of going for, something a little bit more serious. And so, yeah, it's gonna be like a dark, gothic, Dark Souls kind of game. It's a hack and slash Souls-alike, and yeah. Yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow and death, I fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Psalm 23:4. That's pretty awesome. We could almost begin the game like that. We could begin the game with a quote. That'd be pretty awesome. Yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, and thy rod and thy staff will comfort me. That's good. I like that. That's really, really good. Because basically the idea, I mean, obviously we're not exactly talking about an NDA or anything like that. There's no discussion of anything like that. But basically the idea of the game is that, basically, there's an evil, well, we call him the Shadow King, and he lives in this castle. And the idea is that he found this tribe of alchemists, and he realized them as a threat to his power, so he destroyed them. And now, this player character, we just call him the Alchemist. He's seeking revenge against the Shadow King up here. So we got a good revenge plot going. However, where the theme of the game jam takes place is that he's an alchemist, but he's been cursed by the Shadow King, so that he cannot take a step in the shadows. If he steps in the shadows, he dies. Or he loses his humanity, and then he falls apart and becomes like a zombie, or like a mindless husk, or like a shadowy husk. And that's basically what's happening to a lot of the people of the town. Like, there's a lot of people who are, like, sleep-deprived, they've lost their minds, and then they're just kind of slowly wandering around. They stick to the shadows, and they will basically, they can hoard the player. And then the final boss will be, like, a knight That's like that's like a shadow wearing armor. So the Shadow King sounds like an overpowering dark magician. Yes, like a sorcerer, or like somebody who wields evil magic, like a necromancer almost. Yeah. We haven't really thought too much about the plot yet. I mean, obviously this is still a game jam, and the way that we're approaching this thing is sort of like we're basically approaching this game jam like we're making the demo for this game. And, you know, obviously you can only explore so much of a game's story within the demo, right? Oh, you said Shadow Knights. My immediately first thought was solo leveling. There was talk of talk of leveling stats, although I'm not sure how far the programmers are going to go into that, because I know that they're still technically beginner level programmers, but again, that's all out of my wheelhouse. I don't know anything about programming or coding, so I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. I mean, as far as I can say, programmers to me are almost like wizards into themselves. You know, they have the magic runes, they cast the spell, they type the spell into the computer, and then it does things. It does magic. At least that's kind of the way that I rationalize it. But no, I think it's really cool. Best viewers on... Wait. Nope. The best viewers are the ones I have that actually talk to me and don't post links to strange places. That's where the best viewers are, right here. Coders are artificers. Okay, let's see here. Oh, let me go back into my unlit scene here, just the shading here. Okay. Let's see if I can block out a little bit of a semblance of like a gate or some kind. Let's get a cube. We'll put this over here. Oops. Yep, right here. Yeah, I'll just make that really wide like this. And really thin. There. Because we'll let's do this just quick and dirty. Quick and dirty. Right here. And then what I'll do is I'll just, just use the edge loops tool. And I'll just add 6 edge loops. And then another 6 edge loops on this side. And then I'll do a ring select down here. Make that go away. Fill that in. And then what I'll do is I'm going to take the... Actually, yeah, this one right here, there. Then we'll do proportional editing, just like that. Or maybe, maybe something a little bit more pointy, because the pointy gate seems kind of scary. Anything that's got a point on it is like, it's like a knife, People are just kind of trained to fear anything that has a point on it. So... yeah, I think that'll work just fine. I love the different interpretations of technomancers, too. Like, you can imagine a sorcerer who utilizes 2 forms of mancy. I know, right? One mancy is almost enough... You could never have enough mancies or enough mancers. It's a little bit like it's a little bit like Shadowrun in a little bit of a weird way, or Cyberpunk, because well, in Shadowrun, it's basically Shadowrun is basically it's basically D&D in a cyberpunk world, and you know, it has like orcs and trolls and all that other stuff. But what I find really interesting about it is that what they're called deckers. You know, deckers, like they utilize cyber decks, and they can control like cameras and gates and buildings, cars, pretty much everything in the world around them. So basically, they can hack things in real time and basically manipulate the environment around them, almost a little bit like that one Ubisoft game. What was it? I forget what it was. Watch Dogs. A little bit like Watch Dogs. Like hackers are, yeah, because it's you gotta admit, it's still wizard shit. Like he figures out how to merge two styles of mancy and creates an entirely new path of magic, such as tech and dead, to create techromancy, where you, oh my god, where you resurrect the dead and infuse it with mechanical prowess. I almost read techromancy as technomancy. It's like, oh my god, he's mastered the power of techno. It's like, hell yeah, this guy can manipulate beats? Hell yeah. This wizard's awesome. It's like, why? How could anybody hate this guy? I want him on my side. He can join my party anytime. Nah, that'd be closer to audiomancy, probably. Wait, what's that? Audacity. Hang on. Audacity is the software, right? Audacity is the audio editing. Audiomancy. Audacity. Hang on. There's a joke there somewhere. I just have to find it. Audacity? No. I guess that Audacity just sounds like audio. Hang on. Wait. Oh. Sound Wizard. Sound Wizard. What else was there? Okay. Hang on. What else would you call a sound wizard? Audio wizard. Audiomancy. Rhythmomancy? Rhythnomancer. A Rhythnomancer. Rhythnomancer is just one level. That sounds like a subclass of Rizzlermancy. A wizard who utilizes charisma magic. He's a Rizzlermancer. A Rizmansler. There is that one game, Crypt of the Necrodancer. That sounds like a 90s game. I could be wrong, but I almost want to date that specifically to the year 1998 for some reason. I don't know why, but I've never played this game, but now I'm gonna have to look this up. It's not a 90s game, but it's awesome. Damn. Damn. Maybe next time. Although I will say that the cover art is just about as awesome as I would have probably imagined it. Crypt of the Necro Dancer. Oh my god. That's so good. April 23rd, 2015. Really? It's that recent? Holy crap, this is almost contemporary. Oh, it's on Nintendo Switch. It did. Oh, wait a minute. Nintendo Switch edition. How long ago was it made? There's got to be a wiki page somewhere. Okay, yeah, 2015. My bad. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I recommend the level theme, Cryptek. Oh, okay. Cryptek. Nice. I love that. That's a good name for a song. Cryptek. That sounds like the name of a really good nightclub. That sounds like the name of a really awesome, like, gothic nightclub. Definitely need, like, posts on the side here. Or maybe just 2 buildings. Maybe all it needs to be is just 2 buildings. Maybe. Sounds like an intense nightclub. Yeah, like, I'm picturing, like, one of those, like, I guess, like one of those nightclubs from, like, the movie The Matrix, or Blade, you know, like a vampire nightclub, like a vampire S&M nightclub. Cryptek. Oh god, that sounds awesome. Meet me at the Cryptek building. You'll find who you're looking for there. What's the password? Password is Audiomancy. You may enter. Then you have the lasers and stuff like that. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds so cool. I'm sorry, I'm so easily distracted. I'm just falling down this rabbit hole of an idea. Yeah, keep that at 30 degrees, I think. Yep. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'll grab both of these, and we'll do extrude along the normals. Yeah, we'll do this for now. Okay. Welcome to Cryptek. What be thy answer to this establishment's secret phrase? What be thy answer to this establishment's secret phrase? I love that. That's so good. That's so good. And drink my tea here. Until the world ends, we continue to thump. Party on, dude. Rock on. Be excellent to each other and party on, dude. Alright, here we go. So, yeah, I want like a little intersection here. But this is where it's going to get kind of tricky. Yeah, I think I definitely want buildings on the other side over here. But yes, with these big buildings like this, yes. Here we go. Definitely have to go that way. Yeah. What else is there? Yeah, I imagine the guy who runs a club called Cryptech is probably an audiomancer. Man, I now want to collab with you to make my futuristic medieval fantasy. Granted, I want to collab with... I also want to collab with Grim, but yet also with my traditional DM uncle. I would like that too, actually. That sounds awesome. Yeah, an art collab sounds... honestly, that just sounds amazing. I love stuff like that. No, that would be, I think that'd be amazing. Here we go. Good stuff. And we need to change the elevations on each of these buildings, on some of these buildings here. That way they can, yeah, here we go. Kind of like that. And let's not forget to neglect this shape here, because I really like this guy. We gotta use him somewhere else. I'd possibly collab with Grim for coming up with some stories, my uncle for maps and modules, and you for bringing life to the art. That would be pretty awesome. You definitely gotta, world building is definitely it's a skill in of itself. It's it takes a lot of there's definitely some forethought that goes into it. But it definitely would be a lot of fun. I'd be down. Oh. Ooh, hold on. Actually, let's pull this aside here. Put this over here. Because I think this would fit a little bit better this way. Like this. Okay. I think this could end right over here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with that street ending like that. Because this could be like a steep hill behind here, and they probably just can't go any further this way on the street. So, yeah, that's I think that'd be a good little area to probably bring the player to. There's probably something interesting over here somewhere, but let's see here. Yeah, we definitely need another building. This guy. Let's grab. Definitely this guy. Put him over here. And then maybe this one. Let's take this. Lower the roof angle. Cool. Yeah, keep that, we'll keep that center-ish. Hello, this is looking super nice. Thank you! Thank you so much. I'm still white boxing the model, or rather the city, but it's definitely, thank you. It's definitely still got a ways to go, but, yeah, blocking out the important elements first is going to be the really most important part right now. Especially considering the limited amount of time we have. Oh, nice. You know each other. How cool. Yeah. Here we go. So, for this part, this is where things are going to get tricky. I think, yeah, so we want this road down here, but here's what here's what I want to have happen. This plaza, actually, where it's, yeah, I'll call this gate, and this is actually going to go in the market level, technically. The plaza's going to have to be angled this way, I think. And it's going to have to butt up against to here. Right up against there. Right, yeah. Right about there. That's fine. Let's see here. No, not really. It just, I just say hi, pick out a name and the username to call them. Want to bring friendly feeling. Oh, okay, cool. Here's just saying hi. I gotcha. I'm from your game jam too. Oh, crap. Okay, hang on. Hang on. I didn't recognize the name at first. I'm sorry. And also, my brain kind of farts when I'm working. But yeah. Yeah, my mind definitely blanks out quite a bit when I'm in my zone here, because when I get in here, yeah, sometimes I can kind of get into I guess a little bit of a zone. Anyway, this is my scuffed username. Someday I'll have a. Oh, okay, gotcha. I gotcha. But yeah, it's coming across kind of good. It's so far I'm liking this. I'll see if I can. I also added a few additions to the dock area because I have these little, plop. Okay. I fixed the scale of the citadel, or the castle here. I get that, zoning out. Keep up the good work. Thank you. So the city is basically in disarray, so I'm kind of imagining like piles of trash or debris that's kind of littering the streets. So there'll probably be some places, probably not really this big or this piled up. Well, maybe not that piled up, but we'll see. But yeah, so this dock level area. I definitely want to have this feeling of this ramping up because it's founded on a hillside, or rather a mountain. Might redo the music once the art style is more solid. Not sure what I made will fit. That's valid. Yeah, that's probably a valid call. But I think you're on the right track. I think, well, funny enough, is that a funny thing about what you're thinking of right there is that I think partly I think what we were wanting to do is we're trying to make the art style fit the music a little bit. Because I remember we listened to the theme and we went, "Oh man, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be hardcore." So yeah, now we need to make it like kind of like we joked earlier. It's like, oh, all downhill from here because now the theme is too good. But no, I think it. If it's gonna be changed, it probably won't have to be changed that much. But in any case, yeah, what we've got here, I think is gonna end up really fun. Yeah, this area is gonna be blocked off, so this will be a dead end. I'll need to fix that little building there. But yeah, this will be the beginning of our market/residential area. So this is the beginning of where our like that's like a whole bunch of like dock areas, warehouses, and government buildings, factories, I guess, or textiles. But anyway, over here, this is really where more the residential/market area kind of begins here. Some small houses. We have a little small church kind of place here. You can go behind here. There'll probably be like a little small area for like grave sites. I'll need to make some like gravestones. It's probably just a local church where people kind of pray at, kind of gather for their local Sundays. And then over here, let's see here. Speaking as an outsider, the POV reminds me a bit of RoboBeat. While the story makes me think of between Shovel Knight's Plague and the Streets of Bloodborne. Oh, nice. Shovel Knight was great. I love Shovel Knight. I haven't played Bloodborne, though. But yeah, this will be interesting here, because we can see, I kind of want to work on the reveal of this gate, though, because this... We have this nice little corner here. Yeah. Just kind of working our way up to this gate. I kind of want the reveal of the gate to be a bit more sudden. I don't know why, but I feel like that the reveal of the gate should be a little bit more abrupt. Like we turn the street corner, and then we see like the reveal of the gate, and like it gets closed, maybe, or maybe it's like, Let me think about this. Let me deselect the street. I'll take these buildings. Let's see what happens when I go up top here and rotate all of these. Actually, no. How about instead of... Let's see here. Let's deselect those. Because I really like the idea of these winding streets. It definitely fits into the style of what I kind of had in mind here. Oh, it's awesome. May I spoil the Bloodborne character? Not even a side character, but I think she's... Sure. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, let's go up here. What if we turned this to the side like this? And brought it closer to here. Okay. I'll select these guys, and then I'll turn this around. Actually, better idea. Delete that. Connect those. Cool. And then we'll pull this in. Here we go. Pull that in. Deselect. Ah, ad break. Okay. Cool. This will be interesting. Okay. We'll grab this building. And we'll give this a sharp turn, like this. Like that. One specific unassuming guy in the game is the best, in my opinion. If you tell him where to hide, or if you tell him where to hide out, as he's done with the other NPCs, he goes there. But later in the game, you come to find out he's killed everyone there for some unknown reason. Okay. That kind of reminds me a little bit of Kane and Lynch, where, you know, Lynch is supposed to look out for the hostages on, like, below the building of the bank, and then he ends up killing all the civilians because of a psychotic break. Like, the guy actually... Let's see here. However, you can provoke him to fight when you meet him. Oh. So he's actually kind of paranoid. He's not really a good... Okay. Interesting. Deselect that. Pull this in. Give that a little tug here. Yes. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. Because if we have this right here... Yeah, okay. Yeah, this actually can still work with the road, even, like, up close like this. This can still work. If we play our cards right, yeah. In Bloodborne, some hunter-related thing happens in the entire city, affecting everyone and everyone who lives there. Okay, kind of like a kind of like a zombie apocalypse, but everyone turns into like a hunter. Okay. Take this. I might have to do a little bit of... Well, first of all, I think we can fix this road here. Kind of flatten that out. And then we'll make that little turn here. So when you attack... So when you attack him to provoke him, you suddenly transform into a giant beast, and you hear him say in a deeper, layered voice, "Have you got a screw loose, or is that your animal intuition?" Oh. Interesting. So he's like... Oh, so he's like... He's lying. So he's lying about his form. Or maybe... Basically something happens and everything turns into some kind of beast. Okay. That's cool. Sounds kind of spooky, actually. I like that. I might have to re-extrude that, that part of the street here. Dissolve that edge. Yes, here we go. Subdivide. Boop. Right up here. Pull that up here. I want to put that there. There. Just to kind of simplify the polygons here. Edge. Pull that up there. Push that down. Pull this up. Halfway through your fight, he does a monologue, which still gives me chills. I'll have to look this up. That sounds pretty awesome. Hunters or killers, nothing less. You call me a beast. What would you know? I didn't ask for this. Nice! That sounds cool. Alright. Yeah, what if I pull this... I'll redirect this one up here. I'll have to do a little bit of shuffling around with these shapes and buildings here. Oh, yeah, here we go, here we go. Okay. I got something. Pull this over here. Oh, what if... Oh, here we go. Idea. Because this street is not regular, our road can actually... hold on. Deselect that. Let's fix this gate. The voice acting really sells it. All you can hear is rage over everything that's happened to him because of the hunters. Nice. If you find a good actor that really puts a lot of depth into it, that can really sell a lot of the story, because the guy was actually turned, you know, he didn't really have a choice in the matter, so it just kind of complicates things. So that's really cool. I like that. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe like, hold on. Which direction do I want this to go? Let's think about this. Yeah, we go up here. we don't have a direct line of sight of the gate yet. But if we come over here, then it's the reveal. And then over here, let's see here. Oh, I think I've got a duplicate mesh there. Delete that. Take this, pull this to the side. Another duplicate mesh. There. Boop, boop, boop. I like how you're adding some randomness or asymmetry to things, make it feel more real. Yeah, definitely. That's the funny thing about. I've been taking classes in architecture and civil 3D, and I've been learning about how I guess like cities are made and urban developments as well as just like architecture. But basically, how these medieval villages were made. Obviously, they didn't have power tools back then. And you really have to take that into account when, when designing medieval fantasy-style buildings. Of course, there's magic, and you could probably say, oh, maybe they have land benders, and maybe they can clear out giant swaths of land, and they can make these nice, big old flat areas, like these flat malls, etc. But for a medieval-style, low fantasy, dark fantasy place that has no access to power tools, they just have to work with the land that's provided, and they just have to build around the land. Like now we have bulldozers, we have dynamite, we can blow up mountains, so we can make tunnels. We've tunneled through mountains. These people don't have that, so they've decided to build a city located on an island that has a lot of granite under its soil, so they can't dig down too far. Therefore, there's going to be a lot of asymmetry. There's going to be a lot of winding paths, a lot of stacked buildings. There's going to be a lot of claustrophobia, people building inside, people building inward rather than outward, if that makes sense. So, I think that's kind of where the mindset really comes from, because this I feel like this is justified because they just found a really nice flat place to kind of convey all of their cargo to the freight and to the dock, because they found like they just made like a nice little ramp that they could slide boxes down, and they could slide all the boxes down here. The people on the bottom of this dock area can shuffle the cargo all the way to the boats, and then that increases the speed, increases the efficiency. But as far as this residential area goes, I kind of wanted to make it feel like it's definitely going to be a main road, but it kind of curves because it's following the curve of the mountain right here around our citadel. So yeah, I was just kind of thinking about little stuff like that. That way, it gives it some characteristic, giving our area a little bit of a story as we go along. Little things like that, I think they go a long way. Especially in terms of, like, architecture, because a lot of people, I guess really when it comes to, like, architecture or settings, a lot of people really, one of the things that I hear thrown around a lot from other 3D artists is to give your model a story. And the thing about adding a story is that people think about, oh, do I need to add more detail? Or is like, what does that mean exactly? And they just kind of interpret that as just adding grunge to things. And I think, well, yes, but not really. Like, who's using it? Who's it for? When was it made? Why? Like, is there a volcano in the castle at the top? Could the MC melt a magic ring there? Exactly, yeah. It's like Mordor, like in the, only the orcs could live there because they can breathe, they don't have a problem with breathing, sulfuric fumes. You know, it's like, yeah. Dude, I should send you a screenshot of the city I made and how could it... See how... I should send you a screenshot of the city I made, see how it could be improved. Okay, sure. Yeah. You have to tell me about, I definitely would like to know what you had in mind when you were building it. That'd be pretty cool. That way I can, at least provide you with some, like... That way I can hopefully provide you with some substantial, information or maybe commentary. Here we go. Yeah, let's lower that down. Make that a little lower. Don't really like how that's kind of cluttered up there. Let's move these apart to about here. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of like this. There we go. Just like that. Yeah, the main character is going to have to find an eagle to get up there so he can, you know, so he can avoid the rest of the plot. I think for this little part, we'll need a smaller building. We're going to need something like this guy here. Yeah, something like this. And then we'll butt this up against here. How about this? Maybe even something even smaller than that. Let's get rid of that one. Actually, let's butt this up to here. That way we can kind of, yeah, get that done fast. But Gandalf, there's fire below us. I'm gonna get some sleep. Keep up the good work. Thank you. You as well. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That really means a lot, dude. Everybody on the team is really working hard, so I think that's really refreshing. I think that's really cool. So I'm extremely motivated to get something done on this. I'm extremely motivated. Yeah, here we go. Let's try this out. Pull this down here. More stuff I'll need to fix. How about... Oh, let's do it the easy way. Let's grab this little wall here. That firewall. Just pull that in. Just pull that in. There we go. Perfect. And nobody ask any... Yep. Don't tell anybody. Shh. Yeah, it seems like a good collection of random people. Have a good night. You as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we got... Yes, so we got a good review. Yeah. Nobody would really assume that this is gonna lead somewhere important. But when they fight their way or puzzle their way to this point here, then they're gonna see the big gate here. And they're gonna say, oh, that looks really important. I need to get over there. This looks like a big scary gate. Like, I want to get past there. Or I don't want to go over there, because that looks scary. Let's find another way. And then they're going to go over here. Then they're going to see this is a dead end. And then they're going to go over here. And they're going to find that the street basically has a dead end. But then... there's going to be an alleyway. And it's going to lead to the slums. And it's gonna suck. The path is gonna suck. it's gonna be a bad time for them because the slums are gonna be dangerous. There's gonna be all kinds of baddies waiting for them down there. So that's gonna be bad news for the players because that's the points we're gonna have to go. Okay, you've been dropped in here, you've been having a little bit of fun, but now it's time to throw you a challenge. So I think that's a nice little point to kind of go. I think that's a nice little point to really up the challenge and to slowly ramp up the difficulty. Push this back. Yeah, put that plaza right over here. Yes. Right here. Oh, yes, I need to check the Discord really quick. Here we go. Let's have a look here. Okay. Let's see here. Also good to have some kind of group thing where you can keep in frequent touch and provide updates on what's going on. I know, right? Communication's my number one. That's pretty much what I tell everybody on my volunteer team, is that even if you didn't get anything done, and we all exactly said the same thing here too, which I thought was really refreshing for one thing, because I basically tell the exact same thing to all the 3D artists that I'm currently leading right now on at Epoch, because I'm functioning as a 3D art lead. But basically, I told them, look, even if you didn't get anything done this week, I don't care. We're volunteer. Life happens. If you didn't get anything done, I'd just prefer you to just say it. Just tell me. That way I can plan accordingly. That's fine. I don't care. But yeah. Get a drink. Okay, I'm a hydrate. Also good to have. Alright, so I've got my current scene not fully modeled out yet because it's for a scene. Okay. Let me... Hold on. Open this up. I'm gonna pull this out here. Okay. Alright, yeah. Let's have a look. So... Okay. Alright. It's definitely a futuristic urban-style city. If you want it top-down, I can send that too. No, this works just fine. I think this works. Let's see here. It's definitely a white box, to be sure. It's definitely a larger financial... so it looks like it's divided into several quarters. It looks like we have, I think, what looks like a financial area. Like a financial district. Or a business district, I guess you want to say it. Where we have like these corporate style buildings, offices, businesses, that kind of thing, telecommunications, IT. I have several districts, but the purple is my entertainment / business. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So, like, the giant sphere here in the middle, I get the feeling that this elliptical-style building up here, I'm getting the vibe that that's supposed to be some type of a stadium, like a sports center. And this, I'm kind of curious as to what this thing is, because it looks important somehow to the story. If it's an entertainment district, I kind of get the vibe that this is something like a, I don't know what you would call it, like a financial business tower, like a U.S. bank, like a Citibank, or what's the name of the CN Tower or something like that. I really like how all these buildings are uniquely shaped here. I wanted to keep a solar punk aesthetic, so the cylindrical buildings are the spots for kind of parks, and the Cloud9 sphere is actually going to be my virtual space esports arena. Oh, nice. Okay. So this is basically the arena. So I had it backwards. This is actually going to be a park. This is really going to be more like an arena, a coliseum, sort of speak. Okay. One thing right off the bat is that I really like how uniquely shaped these buildings are, because one of the things that kind of gets me, one thing that really grinds my gears about city building for video games or science fiction is that realistically, all buildings are not going to have the same aesthetic. It's just not. And I know that doesn't really vibe with the science fiction feel of that particular universe. Like, let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. Hang on. Okay. Well, maybe this might not be the best example, but, oh, okay, I got a better idea. Okay. So, I love Coruscant, but I got a bone to pick with it. Coruscant looks like it looks like all of these buildings were designed by the same architect. And that's just no. No. That would never happen. Ever. Because, well, okay, one, of course, that would be illegal. That would be a monopoly. But two, okay, I understand that these are government buildings here in the center. Like, that's the Senate, that's the Chancellor building, etc. But, these other buildings out here, these high-rises, they all have the same kind of circular, tall, roundish kind of shape here. Like, they all have the same similar aesthetic. They have the same materials, and they have the same use of metal and glass and all that other stuff. That's not... Does Wakanda do the same thing? I don't know. I can't remember, actually. I don't think they do. But here, a good example of good sci-fi design would be something like New Babbage in Star Citizen, because these are all corporate buildings that they're all uniquely designed because they're made by different architects, and they're made for like, I would imagine like every single every corporation on New Babbage has their own building, and you can kind of think of a building as like a castle, and every corporation on this planet is going to have a castle, and it's going to be uniquely shaped to tailor fit that corporation's aesthetic. So here, like this big building here in the center, it's just it's a giant apartment complex, and it's the biggest, most iconic building in the entire city. But you've also have these smaller, thinner towers that look like, office spaces for like banks and telecom and other such places, industrial stuff there. And, there's glass. This one's kind of shaped more cylindrical. This one's kind of an exoskeleton. But this one has, less glass and more metal. This looks like it's not like the other buildings. Like they're all unique. So yeah, there's a really wide difference between Coruscant and New Babbage, and Blade Runner has I think Blade Runner's design is actually really good for cities and urban environments, because you have let me show you here. because you kind of get the feeling here, like the old city still exists within L.A., but it's being they're building inwards. They ran out of space to build out, so now they have to build in and on top, where the old city has been buried underneath the woodwork of the new city, and people who live in the lower classes, they live on the street level. They live in the dregs. They live in the gutter, underneath the old, forgotten parts of the city, and the newer parts of this city are basically the guys who are living in the Aztec towers, what is it, like, what's the company's name, like not Win, Win, or I forget, anyway, yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, I think that's just a really good, this actually has a really good design too. But this actually, I think it has a really good start, because you have buildings here that are not, that they don't share a cohesive design language. They're all unique to each other, but they have, they're similar enough, but they're not that cohesive. What about New York from Futurama? Let me have a look at that one, because let's see here. Right, because this is like supposed to be like the year 3000 and stuff like that, because I think what was, yeah, here we go. Because I think the funny thing about New York and Futurama was, like, I think that the Earth was, like, destroyed, or giant swaths of the planet were destroyed, and then it was rebuilt. Like, if I remember the first, like, the pilot episode of Futurama is, like, Fry gets in the cryostasis chamber, and then you kind of see, like, a time lapse of, like, the city, like, New York gets bigger and bigger, and then there's like a giant UFO that comes in and just blows up the city with like just a death ray. It just goes, and then the whole thing blows up, and then people just start building on top of the debris. So it's like, yeah, not much of the old New York really exists anymore. It still has a slight sort of semblance, a similar vibe to New York City, where you have some similar looking buildings, sort of, kind of, like the Chrysler Building and maybe the Empire State and a few other places. But overall, yeah, there's not too much of the old New York in New York that really exists anymore, because it's basically alien. It might as well be an alien planet, but which is what I think is really funny. You still have some of the old. Oh, actually, there is that one episode. Actually, there was one episode where they actually go underneath the New York, and it's basically kind of the same thing, where you kind of see like freeway systems built underneath New York, and you had like weird cult people that were like living underneath the city, because they had a pretty much a very similar aesthetic or a similar story. It was destroyed by aliens and then rebuilt like medieval and then destroyed again. That's it. Yes. So that's funny that like Earth had they literally had the reset button hit twice. Not once, but twice. That's right, yeah. Actually, what's actually really cool, have you ever played EVE Online? EVE Online has a really similar story, where people from Earth find like a wormhole out in the middle of space, and then they travel through the wormhole, and then I guess for like over the course of like several hundred years, they develop worlds through the wormhole, and it's like they travel to another galaxy, kind of like Interstellar. They travel through the wormhole, and then, but what happens is that the people who are living on the other side of the wormhole in EVE Online, that wormhole it collapses, it closes shut, and then the people on the other side of the wormhole, they were completely dependent on all the supplies coming from Earth. So they just starve and die. And they basically have the reset button applied. And They basically subject themselves to, basically, they become a medieval environment. They starve themselves out. They have to start over. They have to rebuild, and then they have to reinvent They have to reinvent rocket technology because they ran out of fuel, and all the engineers died off, and then they basically had to work their way back up to where they were before, where they have spaceships and starships that travel between stars and galaxies. It's, well, not galaxies. It's actually New Eden is the galaxy, but they've never seen another wormhole that leads to another galaxy like Earth did. But that happened so long ago that it's basically a myth. Like, we're talking not just thousands of years ago, but tens of thousands of years ago. It's really good. I love EVE Online. I haven't been able to play it in several years, but if you love logistics, if you like being a space bastard, if you really like weird shit, you'll probably like EVE Online, because it's got a really... do you know the documentary Fredrik Knudsen? Because he's a guy who makes like video essays on YouTube, and this guy made, no kidding, a 6-hour documentary about the entire history of EVE Online, the development history and the lore, and it's so good. This guy made, oh my god. Been wanting to try out Phantasy Star Online too, and no, I don't think I have. I haven't tried it. I haven't seen Star Online 2, but it looks good. I haven't seen. I haven't played it. But yeah, really cool. But yeah, in any case, yeah, so far I think it's a pretty good design. These streets, let's see here. Yeah, so I'm kind of getting a little bit of a vibe of, like, I think these side roads here probably need to be a little bit more narrow, because I'm kind of getting freeway vibes here going down the center. Like, I'm thinking of, like, the Las Vegas Strip. See? Like, right here. Like the main highway that, or like the main artery road that runs literally right between all the various casinos. And like the strip, like there's a lot of history to the Strip. It's changed a lot, and Main Street Las Vegas has actually changed several times. Like, here you go, like this. It's literally a giant freeway, but if you turn right or left, they turn into smaller artery roads that connect to other casinos behind the bigger, you know, monolithic casinos right here, because these are the giant casinos that have like the that get the big money. These are the ones that's bring in billions of dollars. But the ones that are hiding behind the big casinos, like the Flamingo, the like the Flamingos, the Palms, those are the lower tier casinos, and they hide behind the bigger ones, like the MGM Grand. They hide behind the New York, and the Paris, and the Venetian, and you know, the Bellagio, that kind of thing. I initially thought about redoing the road system, but I figured I'd leave it in and just have huge robots that travel through. Oh, okay. It's a funny thing about roads is that they're a really old concept that has existed for thousands of years. They've existed since the Romans. In fact, the Romans are the Greeks and the Romans. But I think it was the Romans that really that ended up spamming them and turning them into a thing that everybody around the world was really using. But yes, when it comes to a solar punk city, it's difficult to say. Would people be traveling by cars? Would they be limited by cars? Or would they be using a different type of public transit? Like, let's see here. Like, well, I guess it's hard to say. But yeah, I think it would be easier for this being the widest road here, the one in the middle, and then these secondary roads that run perpendicular to the main road are going to be shorter. They're going to be like 2 lanes. This I imagine is 4 lanes. This looks like 4 lanes to me. These should be 2 lanes. I think also the let's see here. There's definitely that like in this little area behind these behind this parking behind this lot of buildings here in this little empty swath of land here definitely needs to be a park. This area, I think I would probably squeeze this lot a little bit closer to each other. That way these buildings would actually be right next to each other, because you kind of have this empty space here that's not being used. If you have empty space, oftentimes most people actually don't feel safe in empty areas when it comes to urban planning and architecture. They actually feel a lot safer when they have cover. But too much cover, but it's kind of a balancing act. Too little cover, people will feel exposed. Too much cover, people will feel like people will actually have more freedom to commit crimes, muggings, that kind of thing. Because if you have more trees, if you have more garbage, and I guess more obstruction of views, then you'll have a lot more suspicious people wandering around trying to stick to the darkness, stick to the cover, commit their crimes there in the darkness. Whereas something like, actually I think one of the hang on. I think one of the most beautiful places in the world that has some of the best urban planning in the world is Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Amsterdam has really healthy foot traffic as well as car traffic. It's not a car. It's the way that they've planned their city is not really planned at all by. It's not dictated by cars, and that's kind of one of the main problems that people have with urban planning here in the United States. And you've probably heard the notion that if you don't have a car in the U.S., you can't really participate in society, if you really think about it. And the same definitely applies for me. Like, after, if you think about it this way, like, my job at Amazon, I have to get in my car, and I have to drive 15 minutes down the freeway so I could go to a warehouse that's, like, 15 miles away from my house, and I have to go through a neighborhood that's connected by car roads, and there are no buses, there are no trains, there are no bike lanes. It's all cars. Specifically, if you don't have a car, you can't participate in society. You can't have a job. And that's one of the scarier things about living in the US, I think. But if you live in some place like Amsterdam, you don't need a car. You don't even need to take the bus. Most people opt for bicycles. Like this. because everything is so close to each other and everything is so well planned that everything that you could possibly need, groceries, your job, schools, your local bars, church, they're all it's built, it's a city that's really heavily congested. It has a very densely populated area, but it's densely populated not because there's too many people, but because they've efficiently built inward rather than out. I'll show you another example of something that might be kind of solar punk. What's that? Arizona. Because there's a brand new commune here in Arizona that's being built that's kind of got this Amsterdam style in mind that I think is really, really cool and actually might change the way that we see architecture here in the US. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can find it. It's got to be here somewhere. Arizona. It's not a tower. No, it's a. Oh crap! I can't remember the name of it, but I'm gonna find it because well, number one, it looks cool, and number two, you've probably never seen anything like it before, especially here in the US. It's just the concept is just kind of, it's not really that foreign, but it's so radically different than what most people would probably be used to seeing. But it's actually kind of but I think it's actually kind of substantial here. So let's see here. I'm gonna find it. Arizona. I think I found it. I think it's in Tempe? Yes, hold on. Cul-de-sac. Tempe. Okay. Yes. Okay, so this is here in Arizona. It's in a place called it's a place called Cul-de-sac Tempe. It's an apartment complex, or at least basically it's a car-free community. It's a completely walkable community. It's got apartments. It's got diners. Basically all the things that you could ideally need, grocery stores, all that other stuff here, and entertainment, movie theaters, and it all exists in a completely car-free community. You don't need a car to live here. And if there is something that's further away, there are bus stops or train stations, like little trams that you can take that'll bring you to the other part, that'll take you to other parts of the city. And it's really, really pretty. Also, the white colors help reflect the heat from the sun. The flat roofs. You can also have flat roofs here because it hardly ever rains here. And if it does rain, you can collect rainwater and recycle it, or you can place solar panels on top of them. Yeah, here you go. I'm gonna see if I can find a specific image that's, let's see here. Yes, here we go. Because this, it kind of looks like something out of a, it kind of looks like something out of a Picasso painting, almost. It's, or MC Escher a little bit, because you've got these stairways and these sidewalks that are basically acting like roads, and it's all, you know what this kind of reminds me of, and you're probably gonna laugh. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like the favelas in South America, like Brazil, because those are road-free areas. There are no roads there. There are no cars, no car traffic in that area. It's all sprawling and congested, really dense. But there's absolutely no cars, and everybody can go to work from there, from their, you know, just by foot. Like Italy, also like Italy as well. Yes. That's probably another. Yeah, that's also another example. Like it's like Italy works too. Like I guess that probably might be a better example, but yeah, that's just one example. Yeah. Quite a few other places like that. Yes. I mean, the favelas are a poor community. That's kind of the that's the thing though, is that there's that was those areas are like, they're almost like medieval towns in of themselves, because there's hardly any running water or electricity there, and that's, if you want to see how medieval villages are set up, it's kind of like that, like those, like slums. But this is actually planned. This is deliberate, and you know, this actually has this is planned. This is deliberate. And this has, you know, running water, running electricity. It's working, and yeah. I just thought you might find that interesting, because it's a completely different concept of an urban environment. So you can have main roads that run between these larger buildings, but in between those buildings, I think you could just have sidewalks. I think it would make the most sense, because if you let's see here. Let's see, coming back to this image here for you, yeah. If it were me, I would delete these roads here on the side, and I would just bring all these buildings closer together. That way, they can be connected by a series of sidewalks and bike paths. That way, they're closer together, and they're not so spread out. You can build inward instead of outward, and I say that, and when I say outward, building outward means you have plenty of land outside of your city that you can quickly expand to build more roads, and then those roads are going to bring more houses, more businesses, more buildings, basically. But then eventually you're going to run out of land. If you live in a place like Amsterdam or Tokyo or Italy, you're going to run out of land, because, you know, there's places that are historically significant. There's places like, you know, natural obstructions, like water or beaches or swamps or mountains. And eventually you're gonna or even just lack of funding. You might just not even have the funding to even be able to expand that far out. And I think that's going to be the hard lessons that Arizona is about to learn really soon here, because there's a lot of like there's a lot of new buildings that are happening here too. There's a lot of brand new buildings that are popping up here. A lot of brand new communities, but they're all car central. So there's a limit. There's a wall they're about to hit, especially when it comes to water here, because the population is going up, and eventually they can only ship so much water out to all of these brand new buildings, and eventually they're gonna go, oh wait, we don't have enough water to supply this community, and then the whole thing's just gonna fall apart. Because God forbid they build another golf course here. Goodness gracious. But in any case, yeah, and when that happens, instead of building outward, you build in. You make the buildings closer together, you make the city walkable. I think that's future-proofing your city. It might be a little frustrating for urban planners to plan brand new buildings like in Tokyo, where you have a lot of like historically significant buildings like shrines and temples, or even like London, where you have like Roman ruins, or even like old taverns and pubs and, you know, clubhouses and all that stuff that have like, that's like, oh, this building has existed since the 18th century. This is the house where George Washington was born. This is the house where Shakespeare was born. And it's like, okay, well, you can't really we can't really build anything around here because it's historically significant, and that's going to come with a whole bunch of drama and bureaucratic red tape, and it's just, it can't be done. Can't build there. But the way that those cities have solved it, like, cool, how's the plumbing? Yeah. Generally, when it comes to plumbing, your water mains are actually hidden underneath the roads. Water mains always follow underneath these main roads, and then they connect to these buildings. The pipes link up to the water main through these through each other. Yeah. But yeah, for those little things, yeah, I don't think I'd even worry about the roads. I would actually just get rid of the secondary roads and keep the primary ones, so that you can actually use them for public transport, such as buses or trains. Or drones, whichever you want. Of course, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad I helped. I'm really glad I helped, actually. Really useful thing to know, how cities are formed. Let's see here. Yeah, over here. It's kind of funny how this area would have been built. Because you would think that the logical place, the more satisfying place for this gate to be constructed would probably be here, but for the sake of reveal, let's see here. Let me think about this. Actually, what if we rotated this guy this way over here? Then rotate this. I have no architectural knowledge whatsoever aside from what I've seen on TV and a bit of interior knowledge and from home makeover shows, but who knows how to make... Actually, I believe I texted this to you one time. Have you ever heard of mass timber buildings? Because this is actually really cool. Actually, let me look at something really quick, and then I'll... I have, yes, and they're... Okay, I gotta show you a few things, but let me test this out really quick, and then I'll get to it. Okay, this is good. I need to, if I just increased the length of this thing by taking... Let's take this, rotate that this way, right? Yeah, okay. Actually, I'm gonna head off, but I'll continue your stream from my phone. Oh, okay. 1 second. Mass timber buildings. Okay, so this is really interesting. So this is a thing that has been permitted into the International Building Code very, very recently. And by recently, I mean like less than 5 years ago, like 4, 3, maybe even 2 years. Actually, no. Okay. Let me explain to you what mass timbers are. So, or actually, all right. So check it out. The process of making mass timber buildings stems from making buildings out of a type of well. You're probably used to seeing buildings being built out of materials like steel and steel beams. Well, very recently, they started building buildings using wooden beams. But not just any wooden beams. It's called glulam. And literally, you take several sheets of plywood together, you layer them in a crisscross kind of fashion, and then you glue them and laminate them together. You glue and you laminate it. And it's called glulam. They're glue laminated wood. And these are giant, giant, giant timbers. And we're talking like 1 foot by 5 foot, or 5 feet by 5 feet in width and depth. Giant beams. And you might be thinking, oh, if you make a building that's made out of wood, can't wait to watch that burn to the ground. Well, no. Here's the thing. Oh, ad break. Dang it. I'm sorry. Okay. Glulam fire rate. This is what happens to a glue laminated timber. It's fireproof. It chars the outside of the timber, and the main structure inside stays intact. Does nothing. It is basically fireproof. Or rather, it's fireproof so that it's 1 hour rated. Or 2 hour rated, because I think they need to require at least a 2 hour fireproof rating for these types of timbers. So even if the whole building caught fire, the main structure would still be intact. Because what'll happen is that it will char the outside, and when this top side is completely charred, it'll just stop burning because there's nothing left to burn. That's how it works. Yeah, so it's just inherently fireproof. It's like burning a phone book in a fireplace. Pretty much, yeah. Like the pages inside the phone book are safe, but the pages outside burn, and it insulates the pages inside. Fire is a really, really scary thing when it comes to making a building. Everything about making a building depends on fireproofing. This stuff, the reason why the building code exists is because of fire. There's several other reasons, but it gets updated every now and then after a major disaster happens with a building. Be it, some type of fire, an explosion, a terrorist attack, literally anything that causes a building to just, keel over and fail. But very recently, in the last 2 years, glue laminated buildings have proven to be so safe that they have upgraded to be built. You can now build these 271 feet tall. Actually, hold on. How tall can you build a mass timber building? In the 2021 International Building Code, it includes brand new type. Yeah, so there's type 4, there's type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, and type 5 buildings. Type 4 buildings are mass timbers. But let's see, up to 18, 12, and 9 stories, respectively. And the reason why 18, 12, and 9 all depends on fire safety. Does it have sprinklers? And if yes, you can have 18 stories. If it doesn't have sprinklers, but has firewalls, you can build 12 stories. If you don't have sprinklers or firewalls, you get 9 stories. That's how the building code works. Basically, the building code should be renamed to just put in frickin' sprinklers. Because if you think of it, it's like a role-playing game where your stats increase if you give it sprinklers. Water or die, exactly. It's like if you put in more sprinklers or if you put in firewalls, then you level up your character, or you increase your stamina, or you increase your charisma. Put this on, and you can have +2 intimidation, and it works the same way with the fire code. If you add type 4, if you add automatic sprinklers, or I guess like fire hoses or fire walls, that kind of thing, or I guess smoke dampeners. Yeah, you can increase the amount of floors and the amount of space, the amount of area that you can build your building. That's how it works. But how tall can a mass timber building be? Yeah, 18 stories or 85 feet. I'm pretty sure it's taller than that. But hang on. Tallest mass timber building. Here we go. Wisconsin, 25. Oh, yeah, here we go. 25 stories tall, 284 feet, and they use the code to max out everything. They found a contractor who'd said, "Hey, I want to build the biggest mass timber building in the world because that's what every." If you want to talk to any, well, this is pretty much a truism throughout history, but any entrepreneur worth their money or salt is that they're going to spend a whole lot of money to build the tallest building on something, the world's tallest something. Like if you look at the 1920s and 30s, people like J.P. Morgan, they were absolutely obsessed with making the tallest building in New York. Chrysler had the tallest building in New York for a time. But yeah, in any case, the world's tallest building, here we go. US 4. It's a beautiful building. It's glass and mass timber. It doesn't look like timber, does it? But you'd never expect it, but it looks great. 25 stories high, 284 feet high. Ascent MKE, located in Milwaukee. But yeah, here it is. This is the building when they're building it. It's a wooden skyscraper. For all intents and purposes, they built a skyscraper made out of wood. And it totally works. But yeah, I think stuff like this will be eventually... It is really cool, and I think eventually, I think this will become a lot more viable in the future because, well, here's the thing. Here's one of the big obstacles that's facing mass timber right now. Logistics. You need to find a very specific type of wood for mass timber building. You need, I forget what I think you need, like, white oak. And there's plenty of white oak here in the U.S., but let's see here. What type of wood do you need for mass timber? Okay, I was wrong. Douglas fir. It's a hardwood. So fir is really, really, really hard. And other species of wood used in mass timbers include spruce, pine, hemlock. But most of a lot of fir tends to come from Europe, and for this building here in Wisconsin, it turns out a lot of the mass timber building, a lot of the wood that they got for their buildings, actually was shipped from Germany, I think, and it had to be shipped all the way from Germany to the United States, and it had to be glue laminated. And then shipped into trucks, and then through a boat, and then the boat had to come to the U.S., and then it had to be unloaded off the boat, and then every single glue laminated piece of, every structural member had to be trucked all the way from one side of the U.S. all the way to Wisconsin. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of money. It's expensive and time-consuming, and right now it's not quite viable, but it's almost there. All we really need is to source wood locally, and then manufacture the wooden beams here, the glue lam beams. You need to cut them, glue them together, laminate them right here. And automatically that'll solve like 90% of the problems. That's all it is. It's all logistics. Reminds me, I've ever told you what I wanted to have my city's sidewalks made out of? I don't think so. I don't think I've heard that. No. Yeah, I'll move this down here just a smidge, and then just kind of move it out there. And then I'll plot myself back in here. Yeah, the reveal isn't quite obvious. I think I'll just move it to the right just a smidgen. Right about... Here we go. Right about there. That way it's not too immediately obvious. And then the reveal. Yes. And this large building guides us right there. Yeah. I'm feeling this a little bit better. I'm feeling that. Bamboo reinforced compression hempcrete. Oh shit. Let's see. That's crazy. Bamboo reinforced compression hempcrete. Okay. So it's like I'm almost imagining like a... So it's a mixture. Bamboo reinforced compression. I'm trying to visualize that. That's crazy. So it's like reinforced bamboo wood, but compressed, hang on, hempcrete. Is that like a mixture, or I'm guessing it's a compound, like of hemp leaves and concrete? Hang on. Hempcrete blocks. Oh, I've heard of these. I totally forgot. Okay. Hempcrete is a construction building material that uses hemp shives, aggregate, water, and a type of binder to act as a non-bearing insulator walls, finishing plaster and blocks. Okay, here we go. Yes. Dude, if you ever go to another planet, blocks are going to be the essential building material, rather than steel. This is going to be the easiest building material to make buildings on Mars. But yeah, hempcrete is a construction. That's really clever. I like that. I gotta show you. I gotta show you something. So there's a concept in the construction community being called cosmic concrete or Martian concrete. Also, actually, it's like concrete but with less emissions to make it. But hempcrete by itself is not as sturdy, and since bamboo is sturdy and tough as steel, why not use it like rebar? Oh, okay. Okay, so it's okay. So you have crisscrossed bamboo rebar. Okay, you have crisscrossed rebars, bamboo bars inside of hempcrete blocks. I like that. That's good. The only thing I would probably worry about, if we're talking about IRL, the only thing I'd probably worry about then would be the erosion of the bamboo. Because when it comes to steel, water is the enemy. You cannot have any water inside. If water gets into the concrete and rusts the steel bars, game over. But yeah, I wanted to share this really quick because I thought this was really interesting. So they basically, there are NASA scientists that discovered a way to make concrete using Martian soil. And it turns out it actually has a surprising amount of compressive strength. So there's tensile strength and compressive strength. Tensile strength is pulling forces. Compressive is downward forces. So if you stand on something and you're exerting a force on the floor below you, and that's called compressive. That's compression. But when it comes to tensile stuff, like resisting winds and earthquakes, that's where buildings really struggle. Is they're not tensile. They're not built for tensile stuff. The thing with Mars concrete is that it actually is really, really good at withstanding tensile. It's really good at withstanding compressive strength, but it doesn't have very good tensile strength. In fact, it's actually quite brittle. However, it could still viably work on a planet with a weaker gravity field, because if you have weaker gravity, you won't have to hold up nearly as much weight, and therefore, you will not need steel. You just won't. And if you want to, it's the same reason if you want to build a space elevator here on Earth, you would need to use like a non-existing material like carbon nanotubes or something. You have to use something ridiculously strong, something that really doesn't exist in real life right now. But if you went to the moon, you could make a space elevator out of Kevlar, and it would work. It would have the strength. They've run the numbers. You can make a space elevator on the moon because it has no atmosphere, and it has like 50% less, 40% gravity. Yeah, here you go. You can work and be lazy at the same time. It's like being a voice actor. Too real. Too real. Oh. I'm almost certain that's a Futurama quote. I'm pretty sure it is. Can't remember exactly. Bamboo is kind of goated. It kind of is. Oh, let's see here. It is Bender. I knew it. That definitely sounds like a Bender line. All right. Let me finish my thought here. Okay. So I will quickly block out this little guy, this corner here. Bender bending Rodriguez. They say I shouldn't fly with just one eye. I am Bender, please insert girder. Yeah, I'll just do this part quick and dirty because I kind of want to finish this up. Yeah, so right over here, I definitely want this to be like a hotel. So yeah, something like this, something this shape here. Except maybe I'll squeeze this in. Like that. Maybe we'll go, let's see here. Let's have this. LOL, I didn't do any 3D work today. All I did was lighten a morph head. Nice. Oh. Fix this. Okay. I think it needs to be shorter. Just a little bit shorter. No, I'm not feeling that shape. Definitely not feeling that. Ah, okay. Let's go. Here we go. Boop, boop. And we'll just pull that to the side here. Nice and quick and dirty. Well, I started those changes. You pointed on my scene. Removing roads and change. Nice. No, I think that'll be a lot. I think that'll be a lot of fun. That'll be really interesting to see. I'll have to sleep on that part, but for now, I really want to concentrate more on this area here, because this is where the plaza is eventually gonna be. I'll just kind of, I'll blow it up so that it'll be a lot more, it'll be a lot more obvious where it should be. But this area is gonna take us down to about here. Okay. I'll pull this down because I kind of want to start to shorten these buildings a little bit as we go down here. I'll shorten this one. Maybe even push these back. Okay. Yeah, it's still okay. That's fine. Yeah, it's a slow reveal around the side. Yeah, that still works. That still works. Gives us a nice little bit of breathing room here. Okay. By the way, hi, Tide. Hello, Mr. Tide. Thank you for joining us. All right. Also, hold on. Yeah, cool. I just had to check OBS really quick. There we go. So far, so good. Yeah, I think I should probably bring this guy down here. Cool. Let's get this guy. Pull this over here. I want to add a bit of tension around this area. And I feel like that these that this shape here is particularly good at that, because it's just kind of tall and spiny, and it just kind of gives you this unnerving kind of feeling a little bit. So I kind of like this. I kind of like the vibe of this big building here. I do like how. Oh, that's cool. What if I pull this up here, like this? It does, yeah. Because it's gonna... I definitely want to build up the... tension as we move closer toward this, this town center. Because it's gonna be... That's basically where our final boss is gonna be. Disturbing Gross Stuff, Bloodborne, The One Reborn. I'll have to check that one out. I'll have to check that out. For sure. Yeah, maybe I'll grab this one here. Turn that around. Yeah, 180. Yeah, pull that up. Oops. If I put this behind here... Actually, hold on. Let's put this over here. Can we really... No, we can't. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Let's put this over here. Pull this back. Here we go. Get rid of that. I'm gonna borrow this shape here because I really like the ending of this hip style roof. Go back to my solid. Turn off X-ray. There. Okay. I want to try something that might be a little odd, but let me cook. Okay. That's not too bad. Here we go. TBH, my source of inspiration for my city streets was New York, San Fran, and European design cities with Washington, D.C., for example. Yeah, if that's the case, I think you would probably really enjoy looking at Amsterdam. I would highly recommend that. Because if you're definitely it seems like you're definitely going for that kind of look now. So Amsterdam definitely has that car-free kind of design in mind for their cities. They're very much a car-free city. Pull this in. All right. Here's where things are going to get crazy. I want to make it look like the player has to go off the beaten path. And I kind of need to lead them down that way. So, obviously, you, let's see here. This, have a look here. Yeah, let's pull this to the side. Pull this out. Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is it. And then... Oh. Hang on. Oh. You know what... Oh, wait a minute. Originally, I was thinking when they go to the slums, they have to travel up a set of stairs. But now, I'm thinking they're gonna have to go down. They're gonna have to go down so they can go back up. Okay. So, let me grab a... I'll just grab this thing, and I'll do it the lazy way. Selection. Here we go. Increment closest center. Here we go. Just like that. Over here. All transforms. Geometry. Here we go. When I think of slums, I think of near sewers or filthy areas. Yes, definitely near sewers. When it comes to slums, they're basically built in areas that that nobody would rightfully want to build something. So things like you know, like industrial lands, places that buildings have in. I mentioned building codes earlier. Well, lands actually have codes as well, and there are lands that are designated by city councils to have zoning. So you have a zone for industrial, let's say, like industrial zones, places with warehouses and factories. Then you have residential zones, and then you have like you know, financial zones, that kind of thing. But yeah, slums kind of occur, like, they kind of, to me, I think they kind of occur in industrial areas or residential areas. And basically, you can, I think you make easy stairs from beveling in the menus with you bevel in it. Oh, yeah, hang on. Yes, you can. You can totally do that. What was I saying? Or actually, no, when I think what I meant to say was that a lot of the, a lot of slums are actually created due to, oh, actually, I'm not even 100% clear how slums are formed. They just kind of happen when, when certain people are kind of forced to live in specific areas of a city because the city or opportunities of the city have basically denied them uh, any other way to live. Like, for example, in the 1960s, you know, black people were forced to live, they couldn't live in the white neighborhoods. So they had to move to the cheaper, low-income neighborhoods that were basically old houses that were left over from the 1940s and 50s. And, or like even houses even older than that, really. And so, you know, the cheaper housing areas, those, you know, that's the cheaper areas. That's generally where you're gonna have that's where you're gonna generally have gang activity, because if they don't have to pay that much on rent or taxes or anything like that, that's generally where they're gonna hang out, and they'll find also easy prey and easy prey to and exploitation. People like, you know, kids to recruit into gangs and stuff like that. So that's kind of where they kind of gravitate. So this is definitely going to be a poorer neighborhood, I think. So when the place where we're going, as far as slums are concerned, it's going to be a district that was originally sanctioned off to be a low-income neighborhood, but it was effectively taken over by the local gangs. Beveling menu and bevel and edge. Oh, okay, hang on. Like when you bevel a oh, okay, hang on. Like, does this need to be a solid, like, I have this as a plane right now. I think I probably need to make this into a cube. Let's go into modifiers. I want to generate, solidify, turn this down. Oh, you don't need to make it into a cube. Okay. Like when you bevel a corner edge. Okay, so yeah, edge mode. Bevel. Sharp. Face strength. Custom. Preset. Ah, here we go. Steps. Just move the edge outwards, extrude it straight down, and then bevel that. Oh, okay. I don't know how far I want it to go down, but let's say, how many meters is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go down 5 meters. Well, that might be too far. Yeah, let's keep it right there, because technically, oh, this would be interesting, because they would be living slightly below the water line. That means they might be getting water. They might be subject to flash floods and mold. Oh. That would be an interesting opportunity for detail, to add an extra level of misery here. Okay. Steps. Segments. Oh, okay. architect senses tingling? Storytelling senses tingling, really. Mostly, I'm thinking that if they're living below the water line, that means that they're if they're living underneath this wall line here, that means they're living underneath the water line where the ocean is. So, you know what happened during Hurricane Katrina, right? New Orleans is a city located underneath the waterline of the Gulf of Mexico. So, when the levees broke, all the water came rushing in from the ocean and began to flood the entire city. So, what's probably going to happen here is that there might be a leak somewhere or an area where water might be able to get in from, maybe even from the ground soil. Maybe from the ground soil with the high tide. Maybe the slummy area, maybe the slums actually become, actually sort of floods. So I'm thinking like the area underneath the soil, nobody lives here. It's a poor neighborhood because, you know, it's founded on, it's founded below the water line. And it constantly floods. All the buildings get damaged, which means everything grows mold, and then the buildings just fall over. And then the people there just live miserably. And there's only a few buildings that actually are above the water line. If my city experienced heavy rain, how will it drain out? There aren't any holes that help drain it into the ocean. Well, most of that goes... No, you don't even really need to do that. Dirt is naturally porous. The water will naturally sink into the soil for the most part. When it comes to draining urban areas, it needs to be siphoned into... hang on, there's special places for things like this. Like, there's drain wells and stuff like that, or storm drains. Hang on. I can't remember the name of it, but they're basically like little cavities, or like little, where is it? Like this. Basically, the idea is that you have like these little dry river beds, or like these little places like underneath, like they have these, I don't know what you call them. They're basically like holes or like little canyons that they dig right next to the road. Culverts, yes. It's a culvert. And basically, water drains off the road. It slides off the road and into the culvert. The culvert stores the water. And then the water slowly drains into the soil inside the culvert. Yes. Because if you notice, yeah, that's all soil here. Rocks, soil, dirt, more dirt. This is really more like, yeah, that's really more concrete. So I'm assuming this slides or drains out to somewhere. But yeah, there's tons of culverts all around Arizona where they have like these culverts that run parallel to the side of the road. like for the very rare occasion when it actually does rain here, there actually really is a real risk of running flash floods here. So if it rains hard. And, considering how low the terrain is here, there really are plenty of opportunities for rain to actually, slide down and really accumulate really quickly. But the idea is that if you have a very slight slope on your roads, where they're not entirely level, they're kind of curved, very gently to the sides, the water will slide off the side of the road into the culvert, keeping the water off the roads, and that way you can preserve car traffic, and you divert the water off the road into culverts or into storm drains. Yeah. Actually, I have a better idea about making stairs, because I think that's kind of a little confusing, but I'll show you something. Mesh. Alright, check this out. So, when it comes to making stairs, there's a really easy way to do it by manually. And I'll show you. 1 second. And you can do there's 2 numbers I want you to remember when making stairs by yourself, because a lot of people struggle with making stairs, and it's actually a lot easier than you think, and you need to memorize 2 numbers. 7-11. 7 inches up, 11 inches in. Those are your dimensions. So I'll show you. Of course, we're using meters, so we'll just have to round those out. 1 second. So, up here, there's 1 meter. Actually, how many inches are in a meter? Or in a, yeah. 0.25. Okay, 1 inch equals 0.25. Minus 0.25 times 7 minus 0.25 times 7. Really? Okay. Two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So that's down. That's 7 inches. Now we need to come out. Let's see, how many? 0.279. Okay. .279. That don't seem right. Hang on. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's because I'm falling asleep here. Crap. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, I'll keep it at 2 meters wide. That's fine. Actually, I have another idea. Mesh. Arch a mesh. Stairs. There we go. Alright, check it. Alright, good night, Mr. Brox. I'll probably wrap it up here in a few minutes. Let's see here. How much... Oh my god, 12:30? I've streamed longer than ever. Oh my god. I'm about to go 6 hours. That's nuts, dude. Okay, here we go. Number of steps. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I know. Crazy. 11, 12, 13, 14. Let's size these up. Let's see here. Where is my... There we are. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, here we go. That might be a little long. But you know what? Actually... Okay, let's do that first. Okay. Because when it comes to stairs, there's a bit of a code to that as well. Not that I'm concerned about code in medieval times, but this'll, it'll help. 1.75, there. Okay. Yeah, I'll apply that mirror, that's fine. And, is it hollow underneath? Yeah, actually it looks like it is. Oh, I see how it's merged together. Oh, that's kind of nuts, though. The way it's, okay. Let's try this. Merge by distance. 0 removed. Huh. Strange. Oh. Oh, there actually really is an underside to this thing. Kind of, sort of. I see. Okay. Let's get rid of those. There. Merge by distance. Nothing. Still nothing. Oh, hold on. Okay. Alright, check it out. So, I'll do it the easy way. I'll just select all the stuff on the inside of these stairs. And I'll keep the outside faces of the steps. But I'm gonna delete everything on the inside underneath the stairs. That way, I can reduce my poly count and merge all my stuff together and keep everything simple. Because Archimesh is kind of a pain to work with sometimes. Yeah. That looks... Okay, hang on. Yeah. Here we go. Get rid of that face there. Okay. Yeah, and then I can start to fill these in. Ugh. Actually, you know what? Watch this. I'm gonna be lazy. Better to be lazy than to be tedious. Here we go. Now, what I'll do is I'll keep that empty right there. And then I'll join those together. Make an edge loop there. And then add modifier. Can you do 3D as well? Yeah, yep, that's pretty much what I'm doing right here. Yeah. I don't usually, no, you're good. No, you're okay. You're a 2D artist? That's cool. Oh, I meant 2D. Oh, I see. I can sketch. I'm not very good at 2D, but I can sketch out my ideas. Like, let's see here. Go to my reference sheet here. Originally, this started out as a top-down sketch on a sheet of graph paper. What else is there? But I did my when I made my VTuber model, that actually started out as a sketch in my journal. I'll see if I can. I'll save this, and then open recent rune character sheet. Here we go. Some of my references and stuff here. Here we go. Yeah, so originally I started out as a PNG tuber. This is what I started with in my journal. I did a few other practice stuff here. And then I did another iteration here. I wanted to make him in a T-pose and some other emotions here. Then I came up with the logo. And yeah, this is stuff that I all drew by hand. Again, it's not really, I'm not very good, but hey, it's a start. Yes, I'm currently participating in a game jam right now. They are moving a little weird. Yeah, the tracking on my motion software is a little janky, but it's mostly because I'm using a webcam, and that kind of comes with a little bit of drama. And yeah, it's not the best, but hey, it's a solution. Let's see, fixed count. Factor 0. Yeah, so I want this to go up 1. And then Y. Move this back to about here. Yeah, back 1. Yeah, not that far. Let's try 0.9. Yeah, okay, good enough. And then about 23. Here we go. Yes, I want to start this a little bit further back here. Yeah, I'll snap this to right about here-ish. That should work. Closest vertex right here. There. Ah. Doesn't need to be perfect. I'm currently white boxing the model, which basically means I'm currently white boxing my city, which all that means is that I'm just kind of blocking out the major details, and then when all of that is figured out, I can start adding detail later down the road. So, yeah, here we go. I'll move this in slightly. That way it's not poking up to the edge of my building here. This actually is looking a little weird here at the front. Kinda, sort of. I'll have to think about that. It's probably not too... Well, it's passable, but, yeah, not the best, but I'll think it over. At least it's in a... It's placed, but it's, yeah, anyway. So, I need to have some... Here we go. Let's do this. Let's have this over here. Okay. Pull this down. Scale it. Pull up. Yeah, we'll have this... Let's have this right about here-ish. Fix the angle. Then we'll pull this back. Okay. This is going to need to have a side to it. So let's pull this in. And we'll... Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and hit apply on my array. Here we go. I went off, sorry. Oh, no, you're okay. I'm just gonna grab the, Actually, let's do this the easy way. We'll grab all of these. Like this. Just gonna keep it quick and dirty. Here we go. There. Merge by distance. 0.001. 0.01. There we go. That's it. Okay. It's looking fabulous. Thank you. I'm hanging in there. Also, I'm sorry for the ad break. Let's see here. I just want to finish up this last little part of my, let's see here. Right there. Finish up this stair. Merge these together by distance. X-ray mode. Merge. There. And then we'll seal this stuff off here, just like that. Triangulate. Triangulate. Cool. No one needs to know. I'll push this in right here. Okay. Push that over slightly. I'll push this building over slightly as well. Here we go. Push that. Okay. So now we have a small landing for our stairs, but we still need to add a, let's see here. Let's take this. I'll duplicate this thing. Two. No. Okay. Idea. Let's square this off. Okay. Oops, I hit the wrong tab there. Vertex, increment, center. Here we go. Oh, no worries. I didn't see ads. I don't know why Twitch is merciful on me. People can't know how hard 3D modeling is. It's, yeah, it's tedious. It's really, really tedious. It takes a lot, but it's, once you kind of figure it out, you can actually work fast in 3D if you really know what you're doing. Personally, I don't really mind it so much. I've always been able to see things in 3D really easily, but yeah, it's a lot of people really struggle with it. You kind of need an eye for it. There we go. I'll take this, pull this down all the way. Yeah, but still, it will take a lot of time to master. It will take you a lot of time to master 3D. Sometimes it depends. Some people pick it up easily. Others, it might take a little bit of time. But it's, yeah. Honestly, it's taken me a little time to find faster workflows, but I've been able to pick up 3D pretty quickly when I was young. Like even when I was like when I was about, when did I start 3D modeling? I want to say about 16. I was in high school. Even when I started, I actually think I figured it out. I kind of picked it up really quickly. All I needed to do was practice, and I've been practicing for years. That's the hard part, I think. I'm really good with 2D, but 3D takes me some time. Okay. Yeah, that's, yeah, when it comes to certain things like concept drawing or concept art or visualizing, like, characters or spaces, yeah, 2D is a lot more efficient at that. But yeah, it's, I've always liked drawing, but I've never been very good at it. I've always been really good at seeing proportions and three-dimensional spaces, but I've never been very good at seeing 2D spaces. If that makes sense. I think my stair might be coming down a little too far, but you know what? Actually, that's not too bad. Let me, alright. Let's simulate this. Okay. I'll plop myself in here. I gotta cover that little spot up here. So yeah, okay. So we come through here. We have right. We have our gate reveal. Come down here. I feel like that alley needs to be in a slightly less obvious spot because it feels a little too obvious there. Maybe I need to have it a little bit further over there, or I'll have to think about that. Some of these buildings are floating here. Yep, nothing there, so we turn around this direction. We go over here. And this is where the stair begins. And we begin our descent. Yep, down to the slums. And this is where the slum level is going to begin. Down to here, and then eventually we work our way up to the town square, where we're going to face the final boss. Okay. So, yeah, that'll be a good place to leave off for tonight. But let me do those quick fixes really quick, because I would like to upload this to my Game Jam community's GitHub. So I need to, let's see here. Let's make those quick fixes really fast. Let me see if I can pull that this way. So that's the reason you haven't added emotes to other 2D art? That's true, yes. I've been waiting a couple of reasons. I've been trying to see if I can create my emotes using 3D renders of the character that I made, which actually I literally just finished this earlier this month. And I just need to find free time to actually do that. And yeah, I have some ideas for emotes that I drew out here, but they're not really reflective of the final rendering or the final rendition of how I ended up 3D modeling my character. So yeah, I'll kind of need to think about that a little bit. What was I gonna do? Oh, pull this over here. Oh, okay. Idea. Fill that in. Pull this out. I guess 3D rendered files would be heavy to use as an emote. Well, not if you downsample it. Not if you compress it down to, not if you compress it down to an emote-sized image. I mean, you can make it work. There are ways to make it work. That all comes down to file formatting. Ayo, Raven, what are you doing here? Where have you been? Way to show up at the wrong context. Oh my god. Also, thank you for the follow, Real Tide. Been sleeping and dying. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're getting sleep, though. I probably should be getting sleep really soon. At least, that's what I've been telling myself for the last 48 minutes. Let me think about this. Oh, hold on. Let's apply my transforms. Give that rotation. This is for Pirate Software. So, Pirate Software Game Jam 15. So, yeah. Let's see here. There we go. But yeah, I found a team of about 5 people, and we came up with a concept, and now what's the plan here? Basically, it's a hack and slash, it's a Dark Souls-alike game. The idea is that the character is going to be working his way through from the dock all the way through town, and he's going to be fighting a bunch of bad guys, avoiding shadows, and getting to the mini-boss over here at the town square. The theme of the game jam is shadows and alchemy, so we need to implement those two things into our game. So the idea is that our main character is an alchemist. He takes potions. He can throw potion grenades, and he can increase his stamina, increase his strength, and put on like give himself a metallic skin, that kind of thing. The shadows part, where that comes in, is that there are our main character is actually cursed. So if he steps into shadows, he takes damage. So we need to make puzzles of our level area where there are torches, candles, and lanterns that he'll need to time correctly to get through, or he'll need to make his own light somehow. And it's gonna be interesting. So that's kind of what our programmers are kind of working on right now, making kill zones inside of shadows. Or yeah. That doesn't sound cursed, it sounds blessed. Only you would say that. MC is unlike us. Not like us. Not like us. Only we can lurk in the shadows. Yes. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. Almost. Haven't gotten sunlight in a while. I've gotten too much sunlight. It's over here, it's nothing but sunlight. I want the opposite of sunlight. Alright. I will have to figure out how to put this together at another time. My brain is a little too shot to figure out how I want to construct the buildings around this little area here. Basically, you touching grass? Yeah, I'm touching... Oh, sometimes. I touch grass. Mostly I'm touching swords, mostly, because I still sword fight, and I still go to the gym and all that, but that's, you know, that's unhinged. You know... Hell, dude, it's late. I can't... Bro, you too healthy? What are you doing? Man. Oh my god. No. Take more of this. No. Please, no. Okay. Oh god. Fine. Here we go. Let's do it. Basically, what I'm trying to do with that stairwell there is trying to make it look like the character needs to go down an alley so that he can go around. I'll show you what I've got here. So basically, there's supposed to be a gate here that leads to the town plaza, and that's sealed off. So I need to make it so that the player has to go around and find an alternate path through the slums of this town. So yeah, it's okay, you can save it for next stream, just don't die. Well, it's only 10 push-ups. Hang on, I can do it. I can do this. It's only 10. Okay. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay. I did it. I did it. Alright. Alright, yeah. Let's save this for tomorrow. And we'll pick it up then. And then hydrate. Yes, good idea.
Relastide just redeemed hydrate.
Up for another 10? Oh man, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Fuck it, I'll do another 10. Why not? It's late. I need to reward myself with something. Alright, here we go. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I did it! Okay. 3 push-ups. 3 push-ups. Okay. Now, I will save my work. I'll hide this. I'm gonna hide that. Town square, market level. Holy crap, I got a lot more done than I thought today. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna take these and move them into my, not the town square level, the market level. There we go. That's better. I don't really need the export. Here we go. Top level. I hid the character. I hid everything else. So, yeah, I'll just select all of this stuff here. And then, file, export, FBX, selected objects, mesh, apply unit, apply transform, Castletown FBX. Today is the 19th, I believe. Let me have a look here. Technically the 20th. Oh god. Okay, it's I'll just call it the July 19th because that's that's the date that I started working on it, but now it's the 20th, but, oh man. Okay. I'll be back here tomorrow night, and I'm gonna have plenty of opportunities to stream this level, because this is gonna be, the name of the game here is gonna be Modularity. 2 weeks. Well, specifically, I have 11 days to finish modeling everything here. So there's going to be a lot of repetition, a lot of modularity. So I need to go quick and fast. So it's going to be a lot of, yeah, so it's going to be a very toonish model. I'm going to save myself a lot of time by keeping things on the, color channel and maybe some displacement, but I don't need roughness. I don't need specular or anything like that. Nice. Same time as I finish my project in school. Nice. What kind of project, if I may ask? I am going to hydrate here. Environment stuff. Yeah. All right. All right, dude. Not fun. All right. Had to change my tone there because it's not fun. Well, I'm glad you're still alive. I'm glad you're still here. All right. In any case, I don't want to stream the part where I stream to GitHub, but I will share this. Let's see. Yeah. I think I might share this to Twitter, but yeah. So yeah, this is gonna be really interesting. A lot of shit happening here. Stream the part where you sleep. Yeah, I am technically a VTuber now, so maybe I should do that. Oh, also, I did actually add a few more blend shapes to my VTuber model, so now I can do A, E, I, O, U. And I did some other stuff with my eyebrows. I've worked on a few, I'm working on a few emotes. This one is kind of cursed, though. It's like I don't know how to smile. I need to work on my smile there. I've also got a nice little angry look here. Really, this is more disappointed. You disappoint me, Raven. But yeah, otherwise, it's coming along. I'm figuring things out. All right. I've delayed long enough. It is now 1 o'clock now. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I am way too tired to raid somebody. I really need to go straight to bed. All right. Tune in. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll finish up the rest of this, the slum level, and maybe even get started on the town hall. Have a good rest. Thank you guys so much. Thanks. Bye.